person that has been maybe the biggest advocate of the trades is our good friend Mike Rowe. Love Mike Rowe. He's a great broadcaster, good friend. He's with Mike Rowe Works, and anyway, we appreciate that's his foundation. I donated 25 grand, but I never got my autograph. I never got my autograph poster from all the captains of Deadliest Catch, and I'm waiting for it. I'm sure it'll come any day in the mail now. How are you?
I'm just saving it up for a super special.
You got the check and you cashed it, so that's all I know.
Well, let me tell you what I did with the money and a bunch of other money that came in from people who, like you, lived a balanced life and, like you, believe that prosperity can still be achieved by learning a skill that's in demand and working your butt off. I put it in a pile and I awarded 526 work ethic scholarships this year. That comes out to $5,050,000. That money goes out later this week to help train the next generation of skilled workers, because the articles you mentioned are rooted in fact, undeniable, incontrovertible fact. And it's too early for a victory lap, but for 17 years at MicroWorks, we've been saying that the chickens will come home to roost. And they're going to look a lot like carpenters and plumbers and pipe fitters and HVAC professionals and collision repair and welders and so forth. And so it's somewhat gratifying and a little scary. I thought your summation there was pretty balanced. I don't have a crystal ball either. And long term, who knows? But short term, I think you're right on the money. The next generation to hit it out of the park is going to be a generation possessed of skill.
So, in my 10 years that I worked in construction, I did everything from framing and roofing. And then I learned how to paint, and I started my own painting company. Then I learned how to hang wallpaper. And then I learned how to lay tile. I didn't like falling 3 stories off a roof. I didn't particularly love heights. It was not my favorite thing, especially after falling. I'm frankly lucky I was alive because I went down head first. It was a slippery day. It was in Rhode Island, and it was the last nail of the day. It was a hailstorm. We were trying to put tar paper on the roof before we left, and my feet gave out. I swung at the set 2.5-story dormer with my hammer. I missed it. Now I'm going down head first. I dislocated my elbow, broke my radial head, busted up my teeth. After all my years playing hockey, I didn't lose a tooth. Now I lost them all. And I'm kind of feel lucky that I'm alive in many ways. However, when I learned to do finish work, when I would paint a room or hang paper or lay tile, and I really had a good eye for finish work because I really wanted to do a good job. I had a sense of personal satisfaction at the end of every day that I can't even really describe to people.
No, you can't. Part of what Dirty Jobs did, and I'm particularly proud of it because it's very difficult. You're in TV. TV is careful. It's produced. You hire actors. You create scripts. You rehearse. Dirty Jobs, we never did a second take. We only used real people, and we would show up with our cameras, and we would go on a roof like the one you described. And we witnessed some accidents like the ones you described. And I'm not here to sugarcoat it. The world is filled with risk, and the skilled trades are not for everyone. Some people just aren't cut out for it. That's why our scholarship program is called a work ethic program. The world's a dangerous place, and the skilled trades are the tip of that spear. But having said all that, your last point is the most important point. There's so much meaning. There's so much purpose. There's so much satisfaction. I mean, we did 350 dirty jobs, and people still ask me to this day, what did that cohort know? What did that group of people know that most of us have forgotten? And the big part of that answer is the simple satisfaction that comes from always knowing how you're doing along the course of your work. And these are the intangible things. It's kind of like a soft skill, right? You can't really teach people appreciation. You can't really teach them work ethic. These are things my time, as you know, with the foundation, it's not just a scholarship fund or a PR campaign for hard work. It's an honest attempt to get people who aren't in the trades, not necessarily into them, although that's clearly something we need to do. It's only a matter of national security, but just to foster a sense of appreciation, a little bit of wonder for the fact that when you flick the switch, the lights come on, and that's a hell of a thing. And when you flush the toilet, the mess goes away, and that's a modern miracle. And if we don't have an honest appreciation, I'm talking about the 300 million or so people who share my addiction to smooth roads and indoor plumbing and affordable electricity, if we're not blown away by the miracle of it and by the people who provide it, then the skills gap is going to get wider. And I worry, man, because I'm rooting for the president. I want to see manufacturing reshored, and I want to see industrialization reinvigorated. But we have 7.6 million open jobs right now, Sean. 480,000 of them are in manufacturing alone. So,
And by the way, that's about to get so much bigger because Donald Trump has secured anywhere from 12 to 15 trillion dollars in manufacturing money for automobiles, for pharmaceuticals, semiconductor chips, rare earths, magnets. I mean, all that manufacturing is coming online quickly, especially because they added apparently bonus depreciation, which means that if you build a manufacturing center, you get to write it off in year one. And that is incentivizing companies to spend that money almost immediately.
Yep, all true. But look, I was in the room about 3 weeks ago in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, sitting on the stage with the president and 35 CEOs of some of the biggest companies in the country who collectively pledged $92 billion to infrastructure and data centers in PA alone. Now, it was a story, but it wasn't big enough. This is a huge thing that happened. And I realized about halfway through, the reason I was there was kind of to remind the crowd, look, we've got the money. And we have a president who seems pretty determined to bring these opportunities back to the States. But I don't know that we have the workforce right now. And I don't know if you've crossed paths yet with Nick Everstad. You'd love him. He wrote a book called Men Without Work. And in it, he takes a deep, deep dive into the reasons why there's 7 million able-bodied men in this country right now who not only aren't working, they're not looking for work. That's never happened in peacetime before. So when you think about the opportunities that currently exist that employers can't fill, then when you think about the opportunities you've just described that are going to be created, you have to wrestle with the basic truth that creating jobs is different than creating enthusiasm. That creating jobs is different than creating enthusiasm. That creating jobs is different than
These guys intimately.
Yeah, Phil Harris was a friend. Lost him in 2008, I suppose it was. Cornelia Marie went down. He was a guy every year, you know. And look, this is not something that ought to be glamorized, but nor is it something that should be ignored. You fell off a roof in the midst of a construction career that you nevertheless continued to enjoy. These things, you can look at Dirty Jobs, Deadliest Catch, and you can wonder, why would those shows last 2 decades? And I've got a couple theories, but at the top of the list is the simple fact that they show you something that is undeniably true, undeniably real, and undeniably work. And it's a reminder, since we started this conversation with artificial intelligence, I'll make the point around that term. In the future, even though I can't see it clearly, I am pretty sure that there's going to be a bright line drawn between all that is artificial and all that is authentic. And that line is going to become really important for people to understand. And we're going to value things on both sides of the line, but we're going to hunger for the authentic thing, whether it's a piece of art, music, or a roofer, or a craftsman. And I think the extent to which this new technology affects everything will be different. It's going to be really hard to handicap what comes next exactly. But
let me tell you, you can never replace those guys on Deadliest Catch. Artificial intelligence, maybe technology might help how heartbreaking it is when they pull up, when they pull up the cage and there's no crab in it. I'm like, I'm like so disappointed. I feel like I'm living it with them.
It's life. The metaphor.
It's real.
It's absolutely real. And look, I'll tell you something else you don't see in that show, which is also...
We got about 30 seconds, so go ahead.
Flat seas, nothing happening, pleasant temperatures. Or
I've never seen that.
And
not the Bering Sea, no.
But it's a part of life too. Look, your day is full and busy, but you don't spend 24 hours on the radio or in front of the camera. That's what people know you for. But there's a whole lot of other stuff that makes Sean Hannity. And the same is true of Mike Rowe and Phil Harris and any one of 1,000 roofers we've never met, but would be better for.
We love talking to our friend Mike Rowe. Mike, we appreciate it. Don't forget Mike Rowe Works. I believe it's MikeRoweWorks.com, right?
MikeRoweWorks.org. And look, I promise you, I'll get you that.
Don't worry. I just love jazzing you. It's fine. I love those guys. Please tell them I'm a big fan.
I'll tell them, and I'm serious about the money. It went a long way, and we're going to...
No, that was my pleasure, but I'd just like to give you a hard time because I can. You gave me an opening, and I'm taking full advantage of it.
I'm at your mercy. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Mike Rowe. All right, quick break. Right back. We'll continue straight ahead. 800-941-SEAN is our number.
When fake news gives you lies, Hannity supplies the truth. Sean Hannity is on right now.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
America is built on hard work. And powered by American Energy, Chevron has spent $44 billion with local businesses across all 50 states since 2022, fueling infrastructure and communities, all while strengthening local economies. Last year, Chevron increased U.S. production nearly 20%, powering communities and businesses from the heartlands to the coast. We're helping to fuel America's energy advantage, building a brighter future right here at home. Visit chevron.com/America today to learn more. Coverage varies by plan. See contracts and exclusions at endurance warranty. Sports gets the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your
I'm gonna hit a Defiance first.
Pay for the repair bill.
Drop something off and then
In the past 5 years,
some
auto
dashing.
repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you can never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-298-9145. That's 800-298-9145. 800-298-9145. Navigating the professional job search is hard. You know the perfect job is out there. You're just not sure how to find it. Let Specialized Recruiting Group help find a role that fits. With companies that are hiring now. Get started at srgpros.com. Specialized Recruiting Group offers a path to contract and full-time roles. Take the next step in your career at srgpros.com. That's srgpros.com. Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. I want to make sure they can stay in the house.
The screen won't play. Try it again. Should be better now if you refresh it.
I finally got life insurance from Ethos. I needed to know my family would be financially secure if the worst happened. Honestly, I keep putting this off. It seems like a huge
See if I can get it to open up on my
easy. I got it done in about 10 minutes.
backup phone. I may lose connection. I'm trying to use the Wi-Fi again. We'll see if it works out.
That's it? How much are we talking?
If it doesn't, I'll just turn it off. Go to straight cellular on that.
And Ethos can get you your lowest rate across their trusted carriers. It will give you some peace of mind. I know I sleep better at night. I never realized getting life insurance could be that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/apply. That's ethos.com/apply. Ethos.com/apply. Rates may vary. Bill Multi sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old.
That's working.
Selling your home? It's a fact. A great real estate agent will sell your home faster and for more money. So you will need to find a great real estate agent.
Last night was fun.
Find that great agent.
Hanging out with Toe and Angry Vet.
Thousands of dollars.
Went to Pacos.
The top agents
Got to have the mother of all dogs.
Be your agent. Yes, they pay you a cash bonus to be your agent.
Some taquitos.
Before you sell your home. And Ready makes it so easy. Just go to ready.com, REDY.com. Enter the address of your property and when you want to sell. We alert the best agents in your area. And in 48 hours, those agents offer you cash just for the opportunity to sell your home. Compare their proposals, select your agent, get paid. Thousands of dollars just to pick your agent. Only with Ready. Find out more. Go to ready.com, REDY.com.
Channel 125.
You know what? You do, everybody listening to my voice, you do need a personal safety security plan. Not every situation requires the lethal option. That's where the new technology that is Byrna, B-Y-R-N-A, comes in. Now, the Byrna launcher has powerful deterrence that can incapacitate any attacker for 30 to 40 minutes. Tear gas, pepper spray, kinetic rounds. You can hit targets 50, 60 feet away. And now Byrna technology is so advanced, it's trusted by over 500 government agencies and police departments and private security firms. The beauty of Byrna,
Tested something.
in all 50 states.
Made some tweaks to Streamlabs. Should
Anyways,
working, but
gifts
we'll
all the
see.
time. I have many, many, many burners strategically located in places in my life. Just that God forbid moment comes. I hope I never have to use it. Anyway, they've introduced their all-new compact launcher, smallest launcher to date.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's
4 inches
working. Oh well.
long, 2 smartphones thick. It's easy
Oh,
to
effing well.
on your body without attracting attention. Anyway, check it out. Check out the videos. See this technology in action. And you need to be able to protect yourself. Burner can help you in a non-lethal way. BYRNA.com. Or check out your local Sportsman Warehouse store. BYRNA.com. Protect yourself and your family. This technology works. Judge for yourself. Watch the videos.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talks you into buying something,
When we get near the end, I want you to try and find a channel to raid for me. As a moderator on Rumble, you can raid for me.
I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-420-2255. That's 800-420-2255.
Even let you pick the channel.
Investors, it's summertime, vacation time, and this year, over 60 million.
So yeah, they've added yet another thing for monetization for this month. I don't know if I mentioned it yesterday. I probably did. But gotta have the 20 chatters, 20 unique chatters, all the watch time and all that good stuff. And now you have to be able to do 5 ad reads. So I already did 3 the other day. And I'm already up to 1,800 unique chatters. Or 18 period, unique chatters. 1,800, I wish.
Like you. And at AbacusPace.com,
No any Mac to me?
policy value calculator, so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Well,
Learn
if
more
she's
at
live, sure.
AbacusPace.com.
Oh boy, this is embarrassing. I'm here at the Multi Trades Warehouse, and we are bursting at the seams with food. Our best-selling 4-week survival food kit sold like hotcakes last year. Because with everything going on in the world, smart folks stocked up fast. So we told our purchasing line, order more food.
And you gotta have at least 10 people in the chat
Delivered.
at the same time too to do an ad read.
Now we got pallets of food stacked to the ceiling.
And I have to do it on the desktop. I can't do it on mobile. I don't know how to bring it up on mobile.
Survival food kit, get a second one absolutely free. This food lasts
Fucking cup
25
is
years,
leaking at me.
straight, and is hand packed in the USA. Double your emergency food supply at no extra cost. Plus, seniors and veterans get free shipping. Go to fortunetrades.com right now. Remember, when disaster strikes, supermarket shelves empty fast. Don't let your family go hungry.
Yeah.
Before the
I mean,
forever.
There's so many options.
you make money on the ad reads according to how many people are watching when you do it. So it's not much. I mean, people with huge channels, they make a decent amount with them, but
100 funders to find the perfect fit. Up to $1 million.
it seems like every month they add a new requirement.
Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day.
Which is good as long as I'm still growing.
3-week shipping delay. Lenzi got it funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because Lenzi continually evaluates funding options for your changing
But yeah,
needs,
she is a sweet.
it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. Lenseek is open for business. Apply now, no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. Lenseek. You see, we land. Paid not a
That could be. I mean, it
Then
just depends on who's on when we're doing it.
asbestos exposure, even if you smoked. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer from exposure to asbestos, call the Victims Justice Group now.
I mean, Tubecast is the #1 show on Rumble, so.
Order trust fund money that has been set aside
The quartering is actually #3.
patients and their families. Asbestos can be found at job sites and factories, and many workers were unknowingly exposed to dangerous asbestos fibers from the 1950s through the 1980s. The attorneys and staff working with the Victims Justice Group have decades
Or maybe #5, I don't know. But still, he's in the top 10, that's for sure.
a claim to get you the maximum payment for your pain and suffering. If you or someone you love was diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, even if you smoked, call now for a free consultation and get the help and financial compensation you deserve.
I just paid for my car insurance today, man.
1-800-778-6926. That's 1-800-778-6926. Facelinks Channel 125 and on the Sirius XM app.
Went up a little bit because of the extra vehicle, and in fact, the wife got in an accident.
Standing up for what's right with America. We're back on the Sean Hannity Show. 9:25 now till the top of the hour. Your call coming up in mere moments. 800-941-SEAN is the number. You want to be a part of the program. Every single home, every family needs a home security system. That's why I want you to go to simplysafe.com/Hannity. Because right now you will get 50% off a new Simply Safe home security system. Now, the beauty about Simply Safe, they've been with us.
Is that remote?
Is they keep advancing their technology, and they're all about proactive security. What is
Yeah, I saw that, but I wasn't able to ask you if that was remote work or not.
Active Guard outdoor protection, which helps to stop break-ins before they happen. And that is a crucial difference. Right now, we'll say 50% off your new Simply Safe home security system. Here's how it works. With their new Active Guard,
I mean, I'd have to get a hell of a raise to move.
powered cameras, and with their live monitoring agents, if they notice any suspicious activity around your property, and by the way, they will be alerted if somebody's lurking around your house. That means Simply Safe agents in real time will be able to talk to people outside of your home before they get near the inside of your home. They can
I take it that's out by you, right?
With the New York Mets hat, you are trespassing, police are on the way. You can talk to them in real time, turn on spotlights in real time, call the police in real time. That is proactively deterring crime before it starts. There's no contract to sign, there's no hidden fees. And by the way, Simply Safe has been named the best home security system of 2025 by CNET. 4+ million Americans, including yours truly, trust Simply Safe home security. It's ranked #1 in customer service.
Oh, it is remote, okay.
In USA Today. Check it out. Today you'll get 50%
check it out.
off when you go to simplysafe.com/Hannity. Get your new system with a professional monitoring plan, and you'll get your first month free. That's simplysafe.com/Hannity. There's no safe like Simply Safe. All right, let's get to our busy telephones. Tom in New York. Tom, hi. How are you? Glad you called, sir.
Fine. Hi, Sean. Long time listener, first time caller. I just wanted to, is there any way for the DOJ, whoever it is, to go after Obama and impeach him after the fact? That he at least doesn't get...
On the impeachment side, I mean, obviously the precedent was set with Donald Trump, right? So I would say the answer is if they wanted to, they could. I'm not so sure I'd waste my time on it, and that might annoy some people that I'm saying that. Those people that are involved in a criminal conspiracy, however, do need to be looked into. Now, I do think there is an argument. I think people have been very dismissive of the fact that if Obama orchestrated all of this, that he would be covered under the immunity decision by the Supreme Court that was given, that applied, that was applicable to Donald Trump. I'm not so sure orchestrating a contrived, phony narrative impact an election and sabotage a presidency can be defined as the official duties of any president. However, do I think it would get far legally? I do not. I'm just being realistic, giving you the straight
spoof here. But as it relates to the grand conspiracy, so I think that there are a lot of people that are probably very nervous with this grand jury being formed. Yeah, I think a lot of people should be nervous. This is now a story that we have covered, for many years on this program. We've been proven more than correct. I find it obnoxious that the same people.
Sounds good, brother.
Lies,
you know my number.
Conspiracy theories. Have never
one of them anyway.
Their phony reporting. They've never apologized. They just keep moving forward with more lies, more conspiracy theories. So the conspiracy theorist Rachel Maddow, we now live in a country that has an authoritarian leader consolidating dictatorship. I guess, conspiracy theory crap sauce. Well, what are you going to do? I believe in free speech even if you're dumb. It's obnoxious, but it was everybody in the legacy media. And if you want to know what the net result for them was, peddling their lies and conspiracy theories, I argue that legacy media is now dead. I think that Donald Trump tattooed the words fake and news into the foreheads of every major network, 2 cable networks, the New York Times and Washington.
Oh, you never bothered me, man.
As we went into the 2024 election,
you're the only one who popped in. I was live for almost 10 minutes before
the American people ignored it.
I even got one chatter.
In and of itself, let them die and bleed out because nobody cares. They have
but
no
we'll leave it on
anymore, and I don't think they'll ever get it back. Because once you betray the trust of your audience, why should anyone ever trust you again?
I agree, but they still have to be punished for what they attempted to do and what the taxpayer money and what they put President Trump through.
Well, I think with this grand jury, it's going to be interesting to watch. However, I say all of that, and I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I don't want to raise your expectations and tell you that these people are going to be held accountable or be indicted. Do I think that it has been a grand conspiracy in 3 presidential elections, putting cinder blocks on those elections to benefit Democrats? Do I think people in the describe as the deep state?
I was taking care of a bunch of work from home before I left.
Do I think it's illegal? Yes.
Set up a few laptops.
It was the real threat. I mean, Democrats ran as Donald Trump's the threat to democracy, when in reality, the real threat to democracy was.
I got to go to Green Springs tomorrow.
Of justice and lawfare that they used from 2020 to 2024. But the fact that they knew that the Hunter Biden laptop was real, they literally found it to be authentic, and then they go out and pre-bunk it to social media so the story that they knew would leak gets suppressed before an election. That's putting a cinder block on an election for me. Advancing a Russia hoax that they knew was false based on a phony Hillary Clinton bought and paid for Russian disinformation dossier, and then using it to backdoor spy on President Trump, candidate Trump, transition team Trump, is repulsive to me. And then to take career senior intel officials that determined there was no Russia hoax, and then to turn it on its head and rewrite it in a way to create difficulty for an incoming president is beyond repulsive. It is an abuse of power. It is corruption at its worst. This makes Watergate, to me, look like a jaywalking offense.
And Nixon didn't even know about it.
I think he probably did know more than we know.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate the call, my friend. 800-941-SEAN. Steve, Louisiana. Next, Sean Hannity Show. What's going on, Steve?
Hello, Mr. Hannity. This is indeed a pleasure. I've watched you and listened to you since your early days with Mr. Combs on Fox. It wasn't you, gentlemen. And I just think of you as a true patriot. You've taken all these slams, these ugly, horrible slams all these years, and you haven't blinked. You've just told the facts. These incredible research, you told the facts and had the right experts on. I really think a lot of you, sir.
Oh, I appreciate it. And by the way, the slams do not bother me. And the slams to this day don't bother me.
Good.
And, the people that are trying to, sucker me into their intramural arguments because they think that they are the purest MAGA people. Well, I was around in 2015, and I don't know or remember any of them being anywhere near where I was supporting Donald Trump.
Right. And I think your fans, those people who love you, I think we get more to do something nice for Miss Katie on her birthday. She's such a sweet person. She really is. And she's got this up and down.
Everybody that works on my team, they're all nice people in their own way. Linda's a very unique case, but she has great quality.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm not trying to be nice, so don't worry, I'm not offended. I'm not here to be nice. I'm nice to a few people. Those are people in my family and my animals. Everybody else, forget about it. You're on the short list.
I'm not even on the nice list.
You're on the, it depends what day it is list. Are you on the day where you put me on hold for 37 minutes and then I have to figure out what I'm going to do with my segment?
Gosh. Anyway.
I both love and fear you all.
See that? This smart man. You're going to live a long, happy life, my friend.
I tell you, there's nothing to fear. He's all bark, no bite.
Oh my God, you're so full of it. You didn't even ride the subway with me. How would you know?
I have no desire to ride the subway with you. I have no desire to ever ride a subway again as long as I live.
Trust me, if you rode the subway with me, you're ashamed to someone to fear.
Okay then. Well, I used to ride the subway. I used to ride the train until I was chased from one part to another by a lunatic screaming that I'm learning to roll.
I used to do a lot of that type of short-term contract work for a bunch of companies. I did it for Lear Corporation, Diebold, the company that makes the voting machines and ATM machines.
With my friends, liberal and conservative, and I'm not sure if I'm just strong on this issue or I'm biased, and I'm willing to accept you. And I just want your opinion on: do I have the right perspective? The Gazans, the Palestinians in Gaza. I'm tired of hearing about, oh, these poor people, they're such victims. And please, sir, don't get me wrong. I never want to see a child starve. You know, I want them to get good medical care and all that wonderful stuff that they deserve. But let's face reality. That what was it, around 6 or 9, they didn't give this wonderful land and show that you're worthy of your own country and the courageousness behind that. They voted in Hamas. They voted in Hamas. Just like in it's reminiscent of 1930s.
What's the name of this company?
Voting in
The name of the company's changed now that I used to do it through. I still get job proposals from them all the time for doing, piecework.
Look, we're starving. Everything is destroyed. Our homes are destroyed. We're starving. Folks, it's cause and effect. You know, and if you also note, I know I'm going on, I'm sorry. If you also note that the Middle East countries don't want these folks. And there's a reason. They're not pull yourself up by these bootstraps kind of people. And I find it so hard to find them as victims. Yeah, with October 7th and thereafter, there was no more outrage from these people. They just capitulate. They're out in the crowds chanting whatever they're told to chant. You know, if you remember World War II, France, when they were taken over by Germany, they formed an underground. That's courageous. And I don't want to keep going on.
Let me help you. Let me sum it up, and I'll call President Trump to do it. The fastest way to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is for Hamas to surrender and release the hostages. What really irritates me is a lot of people have lost a lot of perspective. Israel has been the victim of a group of people funded by the number one state sponsor of terror and has been responsible for taking monies given to them to build out terror.
Work market is what I think what it's called now.
I've seen them. I've been to the towns where tens of thousands of rockets have been fired into. We know what happened on October 7th, the equivalent of 40,000 dead Americans a day based on their population size versus ours. We know their charter calls for the destruction of Israel. Any suffering that has taken place is a direct result of Hamas and, of course, their benefactors, the Iranians that have been fomenting terror in the region as the number one state sponsor of terror. Israel has been the victim. And the fact that so many and now I even hear from some conservatives, don't have the moral clarity and sense to understand who the real victim is here is a little troubling to me. Israel has been the victim of an unrelenting terrorist campaign against them since the UN partition plan and even before that. And Israel has every right to defend itself. And the idea that they somehow are responsible for this is obscene. Over 100 million meals have been given out. But what happened with all the money that they spend on, that should be spent on schools and infrastructure and hospitals and making a better way of life for their people? No, they built the most underground paratunnel system. They buy weaponry like rockets to continue to fire tens and tens of thousands of them over the years into Israel, and they foment terror. Why are they starving? Why are their people starving? Because they have prioritized killing Jews and terrorizing the Jewish people over the survival even of their own people. But with that said, I want a permanent solution. And I don't think it's a two-state solution. And I think that hopefully the president, Steve Witkoff, Israel, will come up with a solution so that innocent people and children will no longer be victimized by the people that you're right, that they voted into government. You know, terrorism has got to stop. Israel could no longer withstand all these rockets being fired into that country. It's got to end. And if I'm Israel, one more rocket and I will decimate you. Sorry, you punch me or my family member in the face, I am going to hit you back 10, 20, 100 times harder. That's how life works. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish evil didn't exist, but it does.
Next, our final roundup and information overload hour.
All right, I need to check something for you, Dirty.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Yeah,
If
Dirty
you're
needs
driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard when the vehicle breaks down. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get one full.
Yeah, they added yet a fifth requirement besides all the ones from last month. I also have to be able to do 5 ad reads within the month. So the only way for me to do an ad read is to have at least 10 people in at the same time while I'm doing a desktop stream. Because I don't know how to do it on mobile yet.
Economies. Last year, Chevron increased U.S. production nearly 20%, powering communities and businesses from the heartlands to the coast. We're helping to fuel America's
ice cream stuck in your throat.
A brighter future right here at home. Visit Chevron.com/America to discover more.
At the very least, it sounds weird.
Next big step for your company? It's time to stop waiting and go for it with Delta Capital's incredible sweepstakes.
Yeah,
Head to Delta,
which I get it. They're expecting you to grow, constantly.
At the end of this month, one lucky business owner will walk away with $25,000 to fuel their business growth.
To make it too hard, I'll just say fuck it. But
all from Delta Capital Group, where business owners get their business loans overnight. This is for existing business owners only, so don't miss out.
You chew your ice cream?
$25,000 to do for your business. New equipment, more staff, or that marketing push you've been planning. It's all within reach with Delta Capital. Rated A+ by the BBB. Enter now at delta25k.com. That's delta25k.com. Go for it. And remember, it's time to start thinking beyond the bank. No purchase necessary for existing business owners only.
Oh, Jesus.
Prohibited. See website for official rules and eligibility. Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief. I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house.
No worries, bud.
I have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold.
We're seeing everything you're saying, by the way.
Banks are foreclosing on you. For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
You're good, though. I just checked.
Leslie had IRS trouble.
He'll be there.
Yeah, it's been $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought I was going to lose everything.
Leslie called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved that incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. You don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611.
Wow, look at all these piggies lined up behind this guy.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
How are they abusing him? Uh-oh, driving while black. Yeah, unionize Rumble. Yeah, their corporate office is like Longboat Key, Florida.
These unrelenting attacks, entire neighborhoods literally have been blown to smithereens, bombed out homes, families torn apart. We had the brother of one of the hostages that is emaciated, digging his own grave, speaking before the United Nations today. Not that it's going to mean anything to the UN, they're a useless organization. But thank goodness there are great people and great organizations, and we are proudly partnered with one of them.
So when we get up to the center here in Defiance, all I got to do is walk a laptop in there, plug it in, get it going for the new director there.
You can't even imagine everything from food and water and clothing and medicine.
Knock on wood, they're replacing directors constantly, but I'm still there.
Others are somewhat quiet. You know, the Israelis now have to deal with the aftermath of what is now a Hamas-induced humanitarian crisis.
Yeah, I got about 50 hours.
Hamas didn't spend all their money on.
Last time I checked, it was like 50 hours, so that's doing pretty decent.
On weaponry, they didn't spend all of their money hating Jewish people. We wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back in toward Toledo and hopefully get some
IFCJ is helping the families of soldiers.
Get some good orders, some good DoorDashes.
Holocaust survivors in Israel. Whatever you can do to help them out in their time of need is desperate.
Yeah, it's what, the 5th, and I'm already up to 50 hours, so that's good. Although that one desktop stream I did, I think on the 1st, that went pretty well.
IFCJ.org today.
I was able to have enough people in there to do 3 ad reads. The thing is, too, you can only do up to 3 ad reads per stream, too. Yeah, they do. For watch time, for watching them again.
Doubling the gains of a NASDAQ S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors
Those are like the ones where I'm just running the scanner all night.
creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investment has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investment makes it easy for you to do this.
Yeah.
And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your
Yeah, but some of them, I mean, it depends on, you get paid depending on what the minimum amount of viewers for the read is. So right now, I pretty much just do 10, minimum of 10. I literally make like 22 cents doing that read. But because it's a requirement now, I'm going to start doing them as often as possible. Whenever I'm doing it on the desktop, usually from home or whatnot.
Contractors to flex up for peak seasons without increasing your full-time staff.
Yeah, I'll probably do one, do a nice long
Contractors you need. Specialized recruiting group.
scan one tonight. scan slash
Go to srgpros.com right now to get started.
poker. I tried to jump in the poker game last night, but the fucking app wouldn't let me in. So I'm not sure what the fuck's going on with that, but
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab this
Call us now.
shit.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? This is Patriot. But today we celebrate the core values that built this country: freedom, hard work, risk-taking, and above all, trust in Almighty God. Conservative principles live here. Sirius XM Patriot. Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. A wildfire threatens structures northeast of Santa Maria, California.
The Gifford Fire northeast of Santa Maria, California has burned more than 82,000 acres and was just 7% contained. As of Tuesday morning, Santa Barbara County Fire Captain Scott Safecheck says it's a difficult wildfire to fight with almost 900 structures being threatened and already more than 500 residences evacuated. He says around 2,000 personnel, including hand crews, are working to contain the Gifford Fire, and some progress has been made. I'm Julie Walker.
Multiple people have been sickened by raw milk in Florida. Lisa Dwyer has more.
Florida is reporting 21 cases of Campylobacter and E. coli infections linked to drinking raw milk. 7 people have been hospitalized, at least 2 cases with severe complications. All of those initial cases are linked to the same farm. The Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say that raw milk is one of the riskiest foods that people can consume. Bacterial infections can cause gastrointestinal illness and in some cases may lead to serious complications. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is hinting at wider military action in devastated Gaza, even as some forming army and intelligence chiefs call for an end to the war. The new pressure on Netanyahu comes as the Hamas-led Gaza Health Ministry on Tuesday said the war's Palestinian death toll has surpassed 61,000. Previous leaders of Israel's Shin Bet Internal Security Service, Mossad spy agency, and the military are among those speaking out. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 62 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
If you're living with pain, see how Relief Factor can help.
I'm an artist and I'm in my studio. I listen to the radio all day. I'm hearing the ads about Relief Factor and I've got pain in my neck and it's getting worse. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go ahead and order this. 2 weeks later, I've got much better range of motion. If you're experiencing pain at a certain point in life, I would get Relief Factor.
Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com and get your 3-week quick start today. Only $19.95.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
An outbreak of Legionnaire's disease in New York City.
The outbreak has killed 2 people and sickened 58 since late July. The disease is a type of pneumonia caused by the bacteria Legionella, which can grow in warm water and can spread in building water systems such as shower heads, hot tubs, and cooling towers. Symptoms usually develop 2 days to 2 weeks after exposure and include cough, fever, headaches, muscle aches, and shortness of breath. Legionnaire's disease can be treated with antibiotics. If untreated, people can suffer complications and even die. John Scott reporting.
A second minor earthquake has rattled the New York metropolitan area within 3 days. The 2.7 magnitude quake struck Tuesday afternoon near Hillsdale, New Jersey, northwest of the Bronx. There were no initial reports of damage or injuries. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
Oh boy, this is embarrassing. I'm here at the Four Patriots Warehouse, and we are bursting at the seams with food. Our best-selling 4-week survival food kit sold like hotcakes last year. Because with everything going on in the world, smart folks stocked up fast. Everything showed up at once. Now we've got pallets of food stacked to the ceiling. We're out of room. So to clear space, we're doing something we've never
After this incident happened, this woman, Holly, we played her yesterday, was sucker punched and beaten so bad that she may ultimately have permanent brain damage because she's still struggling cognitively as a result of the beating.
I don't know what happened, whether it overheated or what.
I've never seen an eye, a black eye, that black and that blue and that horrible and that vicious based on, again, a sucker punch that she took. Another guy was getting kicked in the head again and again and again and again and punched in the head by, 15 different people. And again, the mayor couldn't bother to, take time away from his precious vacation. I can't tell you how many times over the years I've been called back from work, to work from vacation because of a story breaking. I'm not the mayor of a city. This is the mayor's job. And the mayor, should bring calm to the city. This is what the current mayor, who stayed on vacation, had to say.
I have not. I mean, look, again, this was a fight. It was a horrific fight. But as Councilmember and others have said, we have significant other public safety challenges. We have children who are far too often the victims of gun violence. We have oftentimes far too often the perpetrators of gun violence.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
We have violent crime like every other major city across the nation that requires our attention and our bandwidth. And so I don't traditionally meet or speak to every victim of violent crime in our city, and that's consistent with my approach today.
Well, that's the wrong approach because he had a duty and an obligation to reach out to the victims. This was a mob attack. This was not a fight. When you have 20 people attacking 2 people, that's not a fight. A fight is 2 people in a bar, maybe 2 on 1 in a bar, and you get into a fist fight. This was not a fight. This was a vicious, vile, dangerous mob attack, and we are kind of lucky in the end that nobody, died in this attack. It was so vile. Wanted to invite on the program Corey Bowman is with us. He's running for the position of mayor in Cincinnati, and he's hoping to, unseat this ridiculous mayor who you just heard from. As a side note, by the way, he's the half-brother of Vice President J.D. Vance. We welcome to the program. Well, I bet you're pretty proud of your brother.
Yeah, well, first off, thank you so much for having us. It's an honor to be on the program. But yes, I'm very proud to look at somebody that's come from the background that he has, the poverty that he came from, and was able in such a short amount of time to get to the position he's in and doing an amazing job. Very proud of myself.
Well, you should be. Was hillbilly elegy a part of your life?
Partly, yeah. If you read the book, there's a section of ours. For us, we kind of came back together later on in our lives because there was custody battles.
Oh, you do? You ever you ever seen
family? Really,
the shorts that guy's done? It's called Wayne County Life.
And we were all laughing about it. At the election night, the inauguration night, about how
it's pretty funny. They're hilarious. He does like 3 or 4 different characters. One of them is just a worker that wears the high-vis stuff. It's pretty funny.
We had Billy Cunningham on the program. I know you know Bill Cunningham. Everybody in Cincinnati knows him. Sean Hannity, you're a great American. God bless you. God bless America. I want a full report. You know that guy?
Yes, sir. Yeah, most
he's infamous and he's famous at the same time.
I don't think it got hot. I think it just jumped over to the building's Wi-Fi and then.
To watch. For many people,
I don't know why it keeps disconnecting.
They were watching with shock and horror. But for people that live in our city, this is just a simple reminder of crime that has escalated in our city in the years that the current mayor has been in the administration. Now, I'm trying to point this in the direction of this is all due to failed incompetence, due to trickle-down incompetency from the top down. And you saw how they played it and how they reacted to it over the course of a week to where our entire city was in front of the eyes of the nation, and the response was not good at all.
Well, I mean, the whole nation saw this, and frankly, somebody could have died here. The problem with Cincinnati politically is it is demographically more Democratic than it is Republican, and that makes your battle an uphill battle for that race. That's the problem.
No, absolutely. But what I'm trying to remind people of is that when it comes to city government, a lot of these people that are in city council positions or that are on the mayor really moved
Vampire truck.
recently we just put out a resolution for
Yeah.
fire against Israel and Hamas. And I'm trying to
Yeah, I'm not sure why I did that time.
many people, whether they're Republican or Democrat in our city, are
I think it works better if I just turn the Wi-Fi off completely when I'm streaming. I doubt it. It's still there. He probably thought it was his shit again. No, it had nothing to do with that.
We wish you the best in this race. I really feel for the people of Cincinnati. I feel for the victims in this case. I'm repulsed by your current mayor that referred to this as a fight. This was not a fight. This was a bomb attack in his city, and he couldn't find a good documentation. There's no excuse for that in my view.
No, you're absolutely right. That's why we're running this race. We started this race.
Whoa, what's going on here? Oh, it's still got these 4 people pulled over. I wish I could pull over on the highway and record these fuckers. But it's against the law here in Ohio to do that.
Well, we appreciate you being with us, Bartone, and thank you, sir. Look, you've heard how many times, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's probably great advice for most things, but not for your cell phone. I'll tell you why. Over time, your cell phone battery life processor won't keep up. Maybe you dropped it one too many times. Maybe it's fallen into.
Looks like they're getting back in their cars.
Now, thanks to our friends at Pure Talk, well, your cell phone.
Some of them are anyway.
Place, and when you make the switch, and it's simple, it's fast, it's easy. This month, it will give you a Samsung Galaxy A36 for free with a $35 qualifying plan. $35 a month, unlimited talk.
Oh shit!
Plenty of data.
This is my show.
Free Samsung
Watching the watchers.
with their scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass, and Linda acts like she knows what that means, but she does not know what it means. And you also get a battery that will last all day. When you're supporting Pure Talk, you're supporting a veteran-owned company, and they use the same cell tower, same 5G network as the big carriers. You get the same service, and the average family saves over $1,000 a year. If
It's
you're
not
a
time
business
yet. Okay.
owner, you're going to save a fortune, and you can give your entire team a new phone. Make the switch. Dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. Pound 250, keyword.
Drive to Swanton, Ohio.
To my wireless company, America's wireless company, Pure Talk. All right, quick break, right back. We'll get straight to our phones, 800-941-SEAN, if you want to be a part of the program as we continue.
The Forgotten Man is forgotten no more. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Drive to Kroger, Swanton, Ohio.
At Lenseek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours.
We're Swanton.
No collateral, no prepayment.
It's right next to White House.
Apply today.
But that's where I want to start my dashing from today.
That's LENDSEEK.com. In business,
as far west as I can. Still be in the delivery zone.
If you could have all three at the same time, that's exactly what Cohere.
That's why I'm doing it.
Specialized bikes have, since they upgraded to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. OCI is the blazing fast platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs, where you can run any workload in a high availability, consistently high performance environment and spend less than you would with other clouds. How is it faster? OCI's block storage gives you more operation per second. Cheaper? OCI costs up to 50% less for compute, 70% less for storage, and 80% less for networking. Better? In test after test, OCI customers report lower latency and higher bandwidth versus other clouds. This is the cloud built for AI and all your biggest workloads. Right now, with zero commitment, try OCI for free. Head to oracle.com/patriot. That's oracle.com/patriot.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-252-0378. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-252-0378. 800-252-0378. 800-252-0378. Navigating the professional job search is hard. You know the perfect job is out there. You're just not sure how to find it. Let Specialized Recruiting Group help find a role that fits. With companies that are hiring now. Get started at srgpros.com. Specialized Recruiting Group offers a path to contract and full-time roles. Take the next step in your career at srgpros.com. That's srgpros.com.
Profiting from the financial markets has never been easier. TrueTrade introduces the world's first one-click AI-assisted trading platform. No trading experience? No problem. Just purchase their platform, connect your trading account, download their mobile app, and turn it on. It's that simple. No need to worry about what or when to trade. With just one click, their AI software handles everything for you. No learning, no experience, no headaches. Whether you're trading a single account or managing an entire portfolio, TrueTrade software runs on autopilot with its AI risk management.
Big and bold like me.
Don't have funds to trade with? No problem.
Well, now the car's Wi-Fi's acting up.
Guarantee on their software. Plus, get a guarantee of at least $300,000 in tradable funds. You keep the profits. Join thousands worldwide who are already profiting from their AI-driven trade technology.
Well, it wasn't cold. It was the car's Wi-Fi fucked up. I don't know what happened.
That's TRUTRADE.io. Investing involves risks, including the potential loss of principal. Past performance does not guarantee future results. See terms and conditions.
Selling your home? It's a fact. A great real estate agent will sell your home faster and for more money. So you will need to find a great real estate agent. Find that great.
Well, I have one that shoots up that it wasn't overheated. It was the Wi-Fi in the car.
Because on Ready.com, the top agents near you.
I tried it one more time to use the car's Wi-Fi and it fucked up.
They pay you a cash bonus to be your agent. Money in your pocket before you sell your home. And Ready makes it so easy. Just go to Ready.com, REDY.com. Enter the address of your property and when you want to sell. We alert the best agents in your area. And in 48 hours, those agents offer you cash just for the
I actually have a vent blowing up to it.
Compare their proposals, select your agent, get paid. Thousands of dollars just to pick your agent. Only with Ready. Find out more. Go to Ready.com, REDY.com.
7125 and on the Sirius XM app.
Yeah, the phone's nice and cool.
Back to our busy phones. Here's our toll-free number if you want to call. It's 800.
He lives up near Flint, Michigan, I think.
Dakota. Eric is standing by. He's next on the Sean Hannity Show. Eric, how are you? Glad you called, sir.
That area, like Bay City or something like that, maybe.
I just
North of Detroit.
with Secretary Rollins yesterday.
I live closer to Detroit than he does, I think.
Trade deals, but I just want everybody to know that the export market really don't help American cattle. It helps the four biggest.
Well, hang on. Are you a cattle rancher? Do you raise cattle?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you do? How many herd of cattle you have?
Oh, that's kind of like me asking you how much money you make a year, sir.
I'm not asking you how much money you make. I mean, do you have a big ranch? Do you have a middle-sized ranch? Do you have a small ranch? I mean, I'm not trying to get into your personal business by asking, but I mean,
I get it.
you know what I mean. And for most people, they're not going to, you know, I don't think they'll extrapolate out.
Well, yeah, within a couple hours away.
So that doesn't factor in how much you
Not
pay
closer
for
than
the
you.
cattle that you have, or how much you pay
Closer
to
than
feed
Cleveland.
cattle that you have. I mean, I don't think people can extrapolate out your net worth out of that.
You bet. I've got in excess of 200 head, and we run up here on the reservation, and I'm a
I don't want to be
and I rent a lot
changing
of
anything in this truck like that.
And I'm a cow calf guy, which means I raise the calves. I have the cows, I have the supply, the factory, if you will, and I raise the calves up to about 6 months age, and then I sell them on. So that's where I'm at. And there's many different sectors of the cattle industry that people don't realize. So, but the whole industry is controlled 80 to 85% by 4 major companies, 2 of which are foreign-owned. Well, those 4 major companies can kind of control our market by flooding our market with imports from 20 different countries. Well, then they sell, them same companies are the 4 largest
first 2 years anyway. Well,
USA beef.
Take that back, 24,000 miles.
So
that's bumper to bumper. The powertrain is for like 100,000 miles.
Tell them is the export market really helps these 4 countries that are bringing in.
It had nothing to do with overheating.
And America doesn't have the uncool.
The way I have it set up now, though, I don't really have to worry about overheating as long as it's not having to charge too much when I first plug it in.
So the American consumer has no idea.
That heats it up while it's charging.
All right, so Eric, I have a question for you. You're the expert here. I'm not. I don't want repackaged. I want to know that the beef that I buy is American raised. What do you suggest that they do?
First off, call your representative. There's a bill in the Senate right now. It's S421, and it's called the American Beef Labeling Act. I would love every consumer to call their senator and tell them to get this bill pushed through. That is for mandatory country of origin labeling. Right now, the only 2 imported products that don't have a country of origin label on them is beef and pork. That's the first one.
Why is that? Can you tell me why they don't label that? Because I'll be honest, I'm a really big, when I can, buy American guy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are, even if it costs a little more.
Even if it costs a little more, 100%.
You bet. And I mean, MCOOL was a bill from the early 2000s to 2009, I believe, but it was never fully funded and implemented until 2013.
Fuckers throwing rocks at my fucking new car, dude. Get the fuck over. Fucking rocks, I can see him flying out of the back of this stupid thing.
They said it made American beef
piece of shit.
Price. Well, what it done was it lowered the price of imported beef. So you're getting the same beef on the counter. They just got to tell you whose it is now. And so,
were you happy when it was announced last
fucking
week
woman driving it
that Australia, for the first time since I believe 2003, and mad cow disease, is now back importing American beef? Are you happy about that?
Yes, because that can open.
God, that pisses me off.
But what I'm saying is, who it really helps is the 4 global companies that export. That, as me as a cattle rancher in South Dakota, I don't.
Well, actually, it's busy up in the Toledo area.
The beef industry.
It was a 7-minute wait there in Defiance, so that's why I mapped myself towards Swanton, which will be on the west side of the area, and we'll work our way toward Toledo, toward Maumee.
I'm on a
see what we get.
Cattleman's crew called Dartcap USA. We're in touch with them all the time. My Senator John Thune is the one that introduced it. He was also a big player in repealing it in 2015. The meat lobby got to all the senators, and Obama's omnibus bills, they repealed them. And it was because the WTO was going to slap $1 billion tariff on us.
I have to run a non-serious exit question. How close is your life to Yellowstone, the series?
The Yellowstone series wasn't very. It's a great series. I loved it. I watched it every day, or every time I could, but it was not very close.
All right, because when I'm having a really stressful, bad day, and the media is getting my leaked personal text messages and fake news CNN and my DNC are attacking me, there are days like that I wish I was a rancher like you. But anyway, so keep a horse open for me. You'll have to teach me how to ride a little better than I can ride now. Anyway, my friend, God bless you. Thank you for all you do, and we're going to stay on this. Next time I talk to John Thune, I'm going to bring this up with him, okay?
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it kind of is. You're right.
Right back. More of your phone calls coming up. 800-941 Sean is our number if you want to be a part of the program.
Have you heard about the remarkable promise of stem cell therapy? Ethical, science-driven treatments are offering real hope for people facing Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, heart disease, stroke recovery, rheumatoid arthritis, and more. At the forefront of this breakthrough field is Bespoke Biologics, online at BespokeStemCell.com. With over 15
I'm going to have to reboot or turn off the car and turn it back on because Wi-Fi's not working at all in the car, even with my other phones.
Therapies, not only to address chronic conditions, but also to support immune strength and overall vitality. And now, for a limited time, when you commit to a treatment plan, you'll receive complimentary luxury travel, including airfare and hotel, fully arranged.
I don't know if I like it better, but Tulsa King is good. I've been watching Lincoln Lawyer lately. I read all those books. There's 3 seasons to watch right now, and then there's the fourth season's coming out in October. I just need to turn the car off, turn it back on. Turn the car off, open the door, wait a minute. But the stream should keep going when I do it, so I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, Reacher, yeah. All those aren't coming back until what? Like Tulsa King, I think is November. The next season. This wants me to get off here. I may lose connection though because it's got me cutting across some dead zones. We'll see. We'll see if it disconnects. We'll just reconnect it.
We've been family owned since 1939. We're not just cigar fans, we're cigar obsessed. Call us burn-rate junkies, contest nerds, humidity control freaks. We're the kind of people who know the difference between a great cigar and a rolled-up regret.
This wants me to go right, then take the service drive for a while. This is weird. I think because that road is closed. Construction.
The real thing for real experts. Just smoke, no mirrors. Go to FamousSmoke.com. Use the code word SMOKE for $20 off when you spend $99.
I'm missing.
Skip the gimmicks and light up something legendary. From the crew that's been selling cigars long before pound.
Yeah, but the Kroger's parent company owns almost all the grocery stores out there now. They own a ton of them. Different names. Probably have a version of them. Oh, we're done with the freeway now. For a minute, anyway. Kind of getting up the back road here.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me, and they were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
he had to do something. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief. Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
Just went parallel to the freeway.
You know, they picked up the ball and ran with it. And how'd it go? I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times if I saved an incredible amount of money. How does Patrick feel about Optima? I think he's happier. It definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business. Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. Optima Tax Relief. Plans, subscriptions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. You heard it here first. Resolutions are so last season. What's it? I'll tell you what. Transforming whole body health with just one whole food. Armor colostrum is a 300-million-year-old superfood packing 400+ nutrients and more benefits than I can mention in this 60-second ad. Stronger immunity, ease bloating and constipation, revitalized skin and hair, stronger recovery and performance, and elevated mood and focus are just a few results clients see and feel. With Armra, transform your health at the cellular level and unlock the you of your wildest imagination. Visit Armra.com and enter code XMRadio for 30% off your first subscription order for this month only. That's ARMRA.com. Code XMRadio for 30% off your first subscription order. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. This is the Music on Patriot, Channel 125. Be sure to check in as soon as you get to your car after work for breaking information you need to know about. This is the Sean Hannity Show. All right, 25 now till the top of the hour. 800-941-SEAN is the number. You want to be a part of the program. Every family needs a home security system. That's where SimpliSafe.com/Hannity comes in. Right now, you will get 50% off any new Simply Safe home security system. And what I love about this company, and they've been with us for well over a decade, is with Simply Safe, they're always advancing their technology. They now have their AI Active Guard outdoor protection, which helps stops any break-in before it even happens, and that is the critical difference. Now, with Simply Safe and the new Active Guard outdoor protection, it comes with AI-powered cameras for live monitoring agents. In other words, if there is any movement around your property, if somebody's lurking around, well, live agents can talk to these people in real time. You, sir, with the Yankees hat and dark gloves on, you are trespassing. Police have been called. Please leave the property immediately. This is before they even get close to your house.
Texas
They can turn on
Cemetery
spotlights
says
in real
that. That's
time,
weird.
talk to them in real time, call the police in real time. In other words, they're proactively deterring crime before it even happens. No contract to sign, no hidden fee. It's been named Simply Safe, the best home security system of 2025 by CNET. 4 million plus Americans now trusting Simply Safe, including yours truly, ranked number 1 in customer service by Newsweek and USA Today. Just go to simplysafe.com/Hannity right now. 50% off your new system with a professional monitoring plan. Very, very inexpensive, about $1 a day, and they'll give you your first month free. At simplysafe.com/Hannity. Every home needs a home security system. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Linda, I can't help but continuing to love the Sydney Sweeney story. So Donald Trump is asked on the tarmac yesterday, I guess it was Sunday, about Sydney Sweeney and told that she is a registered Republican. He goes, "Oh, I love her ad. Is that right?" He goes, "Sydney Sweeney." And anyway, and then they released a video. I don't know if you saw this. A popular gun training company for actors and production companies tweeted a video of Sweeney, rocking a handgun extremely well, actually better than you, removing the gun from the holster and shooting several times. And the company stock, after Trump mentioned it, went up a whopping 23%. I mean, it's incredible.
and their impact on sales is dramatic as well. And it's unclear whether all of this is paying off, but certainly their sales they've even been selling out according to some reports. Now, here's my thought on this. Considering the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney disaster.
Wait. Before you go down that road, Ethan actually has the cut of the question, so let's play that first.
She's a registered Republican? Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
I think her ad is fantastic.
Very close to another word. He's got to be careful there. Her commercial would be better.
Wait, what did you think he was going to say?
Because it sounds like he's saying her ass. I love her ass even more now. I'm like, that's not what he's saying. He's saying
he said ads. He didn't say ass.
Right, but it's like on a tarmac next to a plane. It's a little loud. I'd be like, I love it so much better if you said it. I really love her commercial.
Okay, why are you nitpicking on our president?
I love our president. I'm just nervous because, the left does nothing but find the wrong things. And even the simplest of things. So
here's what I'm thinking. What if we decided to hire Sweeney to do that? And I think that would completely cover I'm old fashioned. I tell my kids all the time. I tell my son, if you go, if you're dating somebody, you open the door for that person. You always pay if you take a woman out on a date. And he's kind of sick of hearing dad's rules, so he knows I got my top 5. I won't tell you what they all are. But for them, Michigan so happy. They're like a golden retriever dog. They accomplished something and they're happy to help, said one woman that uses Hinge. Anyway, so you get your Hinge date to build you, new TikTok shop furniture, whatever that is. TikTok shop furniture is? I don't know.
Well,
they're free.
There's a lot of storefronts now on TikTok.
They're passing them out at one of the bars I was at.
Full e-commerce.
They're 3 olives.
You're a mathematician It looks like you
It's gonna go in and out.
This online, you know, that's why we always talk about these, you know, races in their underwear. And the heat and the never-ending attacks that I took from, quote, known conservatives that said I wasn't a real conservative. Then you've got this of super MAGA people. That's how I would describe them. They think they're more MAGA than anybody else out there. Might I do? I think the Iranians have every plan in the world to rebuild, you know, their ballistic missile capabilities and maybe even start up nuclear ambitions again. I do. But I think there's a lot of people that don't really fully, completely understand Trump. And they would attack me. Not being Trump.
when you actually deep dive and have a conversation with people, you know if you can actually
of that. Now, I understand it's a benefit for other people because if I attack them, that draws attention to them. You have this whole group of people, left, right, middle, doesn't matter. All they do and all they say is that they can get clicks, that they can get attention, that they can get noticed, that they can be viral for that day. And the attempts at just going viral by people are pretty nauseating to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, and I think there's a lot of people that are trying to get famous off of making those viral clicks, but there are other people who have receipts. And those people are the people that I read and then I follow, and I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. Like this is not just a comment. This is a comment backed by research, emails, voicemails, photos. Like it's not just a comment. Like this is a true story. That's a little different.
If the only thing I would say to those people, and I've noticed that there is I would super mad. Nobody's as MAGA as them, okay? And what I notice about some of these people is first, my advice, pay your taxes, follow the law. That's my first advice. Now, if you have issues with the IRS, remember, if they send you any IRS notice, do not ignore it because the IRS is not allowed to send out empty threat notices warning you that they may levy your bank account or garnish your wages. No, if they send you that letter, they 100% intend to follow through if you don't act by their deadline. Do not negotiate with the IRS yourself. For over a decade, our friends at Rush Tax Resolution, they've been able to resolve any and every tax issue of all of our listeners. Their tax problems are behind them. Yours will be too. Give them a call now. It's toll free, no pressure, no obligation. 800-299-8077. Here's the best part, by the way. Mention my name, and Rush Tax Resolution will give you a free IRS transcript investigation. And the best part, they'll only take your case if they know they can help you, period. Also, if you own a business, maybe you're behind on payroll taxes, again, don't deal with the IRS on your own. They have the power to shut your business down, drain your bank account, come after you personally. You need to get a Rush tax attorney on your side and get protected before it's too late. Look, they've been with us over a decade. They're great people. They'll go to war for you. Call toll free, 800-299-8077. 800-299-8077. On the web, it's one word, rushtaxresolution.com.
He's always been a street fighter who takes on the system, and Hannity is doing it today, fighting left-wing powers who want to stamp out conservative voices, fighting fire with fire. That's Sean Hannity.
Attention investors looking for a solid investment with a proven track record? How about the leisure vacation, RV, and campground destination market? It's the fastest growing sector in real estate today. The demand can't keep up. These resort properties are now approved for IRAs, self-directed IRAs, and 401k plans. To find out how you can own part of a resort property, go to resortpropertiesgroup.com. Resortpropertiesgroup.com or call 888-307-1685. That's 888-307-1685. Resortpropertiesgroup.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-909-4747. 800-909-4747. 800-909-4747. Truck drivers, have you been searching for a more reliable driving job? Get the paychecks and predictability you need as a Schneider driver. Schneider's large selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers have access to great benefits with a 401k match and a 24/7 support team. Get the keys to a better driving job. Search openings near you and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com.
My name is Preston James. I've been a stock and options trader for 23 years. I used to be an active swing trader, but that all changed once I discovered my Money Press weekly paycheck method. These days, I'm a passive trader hauling in more cash while being able to sleep at night than I ever dreamed possible. I'm passionate about the market and I like to keep it simple. My methods are changing thousands of lives and I'm confident it can change yours. But let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my Money Press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8% per week. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about overnight riches, but once you discover this for yourself, you can start on this same path overnight. You're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
Oh boy, this is embarrassing. I'm here at the Four Patriots warehouse and we are bursting at the seams with food.
Channel 125.
Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern on the Fox News Channel. The battle over gerrymandering, the hypocrisy on the left. We'll check in with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick and also the AG, Ken Paxton, Reince Priebus, Hugh Hewitt, Senator Tim Scott, Clay Travis, Horace Cooper, 9 Eastern, set your DVR, Hannity on Fox. We'll see you tonight, back here tomorrow. Thank you for making this show possible.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to billshappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
Billshappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
This is a new beginning.
Where common sense is our common ground. We're telling your story is the most important story, and we're not afraid to tell it. Where American values unite us and don't divide us. This is a time to come together. For you.
For me.
For all.
For all.
For all.
For all.
For all. For all America. For all America.
Fox News Channel. America is watching.
Navigating the professional job search is hard. You know the perfect job is out there. You're just not sure how to find it. Let Specialized Recruiting Group help find a role that fits. With companies that are hiring now. Get started at srgpros.com. Specialized Recruiting Group offers a path to contract and full-time roles. Take the next step in your career at srgpros.com. That's srgpros.com.
This is Patriot. Conservative principles live here.
I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
This is Sirius XM Patriot.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. At Israel's request, the UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting to discuss the hostages being held and starved by Hamas.
The UN session was called after Palestinian armed groups put out videos showing two of the hostages, Ron Breslavsky and Eviatar David, looking weak and emaciated. Their families want immediate action to bring them home. And they've expressed alarm at suggestions the Israeli Prime Minister now wants to reoccupy all of Gaza, including areas where it's believed the hostages are held, a step that should endanger them. Some reports say Israeli military leaders also oppose the plan. It's being denounced by Palestinians.
The BBC's Yolanda Nell reporting from Jerusalem. A Southern California pastor is rallying opposition to a bill in the state assembly which he calls a child trafficker's dream. Pastor Jack Hibbs of Calvary Chapel, Chino Hill, warns California Assembly Bill 495 would let total strangers remove young children from public schools or daycare centers.
It allows an individual to obtain this new form. They fill it out. The bill does not require a background check. There's no requirement for the school to call you to ask you if it's okay if John takes your daughter out of school. If this bill passes, I'm going to ask you to leave the state of California. You're going to need to pack up and you're going to have to get out. You got to get out. You got to run with your kids. You got to go. It is unbelievable. So much so, don't believe me. Go to realimpact.us.
Tomorrow we'll hear from a public policy expert who warns if AB 495 passes on August 19th, it will open the door to similar laws in legislatures all across the United States, further eroding parental rights. More on these stories at townhall.com.
If you're living with pain, see how Relief Factor can help.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. I looked at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com and get your 3-week quick start today. Only $19.95.
This is an urgent message for investors over the age of 50. Silver is on the verge of making history. This is an opportunity you can't miss. We're Advantage Gold, the #1 rated precious metals company in America, and we've helped thousands of investors with their IRA, 401k, or retirement account into physical gold and silver. Call 800-900-8000 now, or visit us at AdvantageGold.com and get our free 2025 Silver Investor Report. You'll learn how to get up to $10,000 in free silver with a qualifying purchase. Past performance may vary. Consult your financial or tax advisor. Call us at 800-900-8000.
Here's the Wall Street Business Report.
Stock slipped following a discouraging signal on the U.S. economy. The S&P 500 fell 0.5%, coming off a whipsaw stretch where it followed its worst day since May with its best since May. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 0.1%, and the Nasdaq Composite fell 0.7%. There was a weaker than expected report on activity for U.S. service businesses, but hopes for coming cuts to interest rates by the Federal Reserve, along with a string of stronger than expected profit reports from U.S. companies, help keep the losses in check. The Dow was down 61 points to 44,111. The Nasdaq lost 137 to 20,916. The S&P 500 dropped 30 to 62.99. The Wall Street Business Report, I'm John Scott.
Here's an analysis at townhall.com.
So you know what I love about the country that we have, in addition to it being the longest running constitution in the history of nations, that we have peaceful transfers of power.
Stacey Washington.
And contrary to any narratives that might be spun in any media environment, Americans truly appreciate the opportunity to elect new people to office at every level, from your mayor all the way up to the president of the United States.
Stacey on the Right, weeknights starting at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. Conservative principles live here.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-252-0378. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-252-0378. 800-252-0378. 800-252-0378.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
He's here. Now broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Frank Sloven.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. Here we are. Elizabeth Warren meeting with Zohran Mamdani. I'm sure you folks in Massachusetts are very proud of her.
Yeah.
Pushing the agenda. And the president is right. He's not a socialist. He's a Marxist. I don't know why people keep calling him a socialist. He's a Marxist. He used to happily claim that he's a Marxist too. You know, words have consequences. They have meaning, and we have to use the right words. Marxist. Elizabeth Warren is as well. She's an American Marxist who wrote a book on this. And so she's at a press conference today with Zohran Mamdani. This is how this went. Cut 4, go.
I'm here because affordability is the central issue all over.
So now they think they found a word, affordability. And they will hit it and hit it and hit it. And what will the Republicans do in response? What will Cuomo do? What will Adams do? Brother Sleeper. What will they do with this word affordability? I'll get to that in a minute. Go ahead, please.
City is proof of that. When someone stands up and says, I will lead this city by making it more affordable. And here are my plans, real plans, plans to deliver on childcare, plans to deliver on housing, plans to deliver. We're going to experiment. We're going to try things.
Yeah, this is so childish. It is so preposterous. It's just so stupid. So this guy's going to come in and he's going to give out freebies. Like he's some kind of a Marxist Santa Claus. No. Does anybody think this makes any sense? Seriously? Anybody? It is utterly and completely ridiculous. But let's keep going. Go ahead.
That is the Democratic message. The difference between the two parties is that one party is making it clear they're for the billionaires, right? Donald Trump and the Republicans in Washington just passed a tax and spend.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Okay. They're here for the billionaires. I don't understand this, quite frankly, but let's really dig in so we know how to handle stuff like this. Castro talked about free food. Castro talked about free health care. Child care. Where the government takes care of your children and you know. That they should own the means of production. That they should own the housing market. There should be no such thing as private property. Somebody please tell me, and let's keep one line open, Mr. Claus Greener. Somebody please tell me the great difference between Mamdani and Fidel Castro. I'm not kidding, I want to know. What's the great difference between the two in terms of their economic proposals? What is it? What is it? And we've talked about this. There could be a million billionaires and it doesn't affect you and me. You're still going to have access to the greatest selection of food and services and products on the face of the earth, more than any king or queen ever had, more than Mao ever had, or Stalin ever had, or any of those people ever had, Marx and Engels. So the question I have is, how does Mamdani differ from Castro? Knowing about this, this campaign is over. We talk about that's about it. It's your home. You talk about he's ready. Talk about no rush into your
You're going to have significant vacancies in your commercial real estate market. You're going to have significant vacancies. The people who create jobs and invest are going to leave because they can, and you can't blame them. Because the people who can leave are going to leave. And they're going to be replaced to the extent that they're replaced. So they're going to depopulate, and what's going to repopulate is the people on the dole.
Yeah, it's just this area is just really bad.
They're heading for New York City. And so who's going to pay for it? And remember, Adami, like Elizabeth Warren, they don't believe in citizenship. So any Tom, Dick, and Muhammad, Tom, Dick, and Jose, whatever, who come into New York City, they're going to get the full panoply of welfare benefits, the greatest on the face of the earth, and that'll last 2 or 3 years until they run out of money. And then your city's going to collapse. New York City already went through bankruptcy in the 1970s under a liberal Republican, Lindsay. Now you're really going to hit the wall. You're really going to hit the wall. I'll be right back.
Every NFL game is on SiriusXM.
Yeah, I'm all right. Just picked up an order from where I just came from as soon as I dropped that one off. This is why I wanted to come out here, though, so it's more relaxed.
NFL Radio's training camp tour gets you ready for the season with previews of all 32 teams. We got some elite offenses here, some more good defenses as well. So we're on a quest to find out what we do really, really well. Just search for your favorite team on the SiriusXM app.
So I'm gonna try and turn the camera around again, and it may disconnect again. I'll just keep reconnecting, guys.
Doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with a tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Selling your home? It's a fact. A great real estate agent will sell your home faster and for more money. So you will need to find a great real estate agent. Find that great agent on Ready.com and get paid thousands of dollars extra. Because on Ready.com, the top agents near you will pay just to be your agent. Yes, they pay you a cash bonus to be your agent. Money in your pocket before you sell your home. And Ready makes it so easy.
It's good though. Busy means I'm making money.
REDY.com. Enter the address of your property and when you want to sell. We alert the best agents in your area. And in 48 hours, those agents offer you cash just for the opportunity to sell your home. Compare their proposals, select your agent, get paid. Thousands of dollars just to pick your agent. Only with Ready. Find out more. Go to Ready.com. REDY.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. Optima Tax Relief.
is embarrassing. I'm here at the Four Patriots Warehouse, and we are bursting at the seams with food. Our best-selling 4-week survival food kit sold like hotcakes last year. Because with everything going on in the world, smart folks stocked up fast. So we told our purchasing guy, order more food. And holy cow, he really delivered. But due to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we've got pallets of food stacked to the ceiling. We're out of room. So to clear space, we're doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week survival food kit, get a second one absolutely free. This food lasts 25 years, tastes great, and is hand-packed in the USA. Double your emergency food supply at no extra cost. Plus, seniors and veterans get free shipping. Go to 4patriots.com right now. Remember, when disaster strikes, supermarket shelves empty fast.
Be right back.
Don't let your family go hungry. 4patriots.com before the field disappears forever.
Welcome to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, the golf capital of the world. With more than 80 courses designed by legends, stunning coastal views, and perfect year-round weather, there's no better place to tee it up. Whether you're chasing birdies, soaking in the ocean breeze, or enjoying world-class dining after your round, there is magic in a Myrtle Beach golf experience. So grab your buddies and experience the ultimate golf getaway. Plan your trip today at playgolfmyrtlebeach.com. That's playgolfmyrtlebeach.com.
Limited government. Economic opportunity.
We are
Sirius XM Patriot.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
There is a very evil, devious effort by some of the fake MAGA, remember them, don't you? Who have a real hate on for Israel, Netanyahu, Jews, people like Steve, pardon me again, Bannon.
All righty. That one was ready already.
And certified confessed criminal. Marjorie Taylor
Oh, this one's
Greene
8.4 miles away.
is an
Okay.
absolute
We're probably going to drop off on this one. Yeah, same plot. It's a different order.
Quote them all the time. Then we have a few stand-up comics who aren't very funny, who don't know what they don't know, and they're treated as experts because they have microphones and podcasts. And we have others. The longest list, their list is long, it's growing. And now we have them announcing that, well, you know, young MAGA, people under 30, really cannot stand Israel. And even people over 30 in MAGA are starting to turn on Israel. No, they're not. Maybe in the little seminars that they have,
a little bit,
maybe amongst themselves. That's their projection. That's what they want to have. And so let me ask you something, America. What is with these people who side with Hamas?
Yeah, it's going to drop off. Take me down the road I was just
They're
on.
not turning on Christians.
So I'll be back if it disconnects. I'll just keep hitting reconnect.
And seriously. And talk about the land in Israel, historically and otherwise, and who it belongs to, and who it originally belonged to. Which, of course, it is the home first of the Jewish faith, and the home of the Jewish faith and the Christian faith, and then hundreds of years later came Islam. But it's very, very interesting, isn't it? They want the youth in America, conservative Republicans, to turn on the state of Israel. Now, they platform these people, too. So rather than make the case for the Judeo-Christian belief system...
Yeah, this one's about 8.5 miles away, so we're going to chill for a minute. Tiger game should be starting up.
Different. Quite different.
Oh, shit. This is tight.
We want to...
Apparently this lane just disappears.
For Americanism. We want to
Fuck,
make the case for the Judeo-Christian belief system. We want to make a case for Christianity and Judaism and the Enlightenment and all these wonderful things. That's what we want to do. Not hold some phony debate or discussion, or not surround ourselves with a few thousand people and then say to ourselves, this represents everybody.
It clearly does not. We also believe in the vibrancy of the United States of America. It should be the strongest country on the face of the earth. We are a superpower. You don't surrender.
Well, he needed to get in front of me so he could just fucking crawl.
The fascists.
It's 55 here and he's doing
We've
40.
seen that before. We don't believe in that sort of thing. But there are efforts to push back, not just in the Jewish community, but in the Christian community. In the Christian community, too. Pushing back Kufi, my friend Perk, my friend Brody. Christians are rising up. Christian organizations are rising up. They do not want to be spoken for by these anti-Semites and American haters. Conservative Jewish groups, at a very minimum, are rising up, and they are speaking out. In other words, red-blooded Americans are pushing back. We love our country. We love the values our country was based on. These people don't speak for us, but the media love them. They can't get enough of them. And have you noticed now that they stabbed the president in the back? Have you noticed that? And it's constant now. Mike Johnson is the Speaker of the House. He's the Speaker of the House not by accident. He was elected the Speaker of the House by the overwhelming majority of the Republicans in the House, except for a few here and there. And he is in Israel with several other Republicans. He went to the Western Wall in Israel yesterday. He went to Judea and Samaria, the original homeland and the birth of Judaism. To state his support for Israel. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I hear this Israel first. Mr. Producer, do you have a Bible? Now, for Christians, there's an Old Testament and New Testament. You're a Christian. Do you have a Bible with the Old Testament and New Testament in it? Of course. The Old Testament, according to the Christian faith, was basically sort of Jewish-centric. There's the New Testament, which is Jesus and post-Jesus, correct? Well, then I would ask, when you read the Bible, when you talk about the Old Testament or the Torah, are you Israel first? No, you're a person of faith, which includes the Holy Land, which is the state of Israel. But you're an American citizen. You're a red-blooded American. When you go to church on Sundays or other days and you pray, does that mean you're Israel first because you use the Bible? It means you're an American, a red-blooded American who embraces the Judeo-Christian belief system. That's what you believe. So these people who speak do not understand faith, they don't understand Christianity, and they claim to represent you and me.
Before the arenas, before the fans. Now that you know that story, the limited engagement channel. Hey guys, it's Joe, Snake, and Kevin. This is Hometown Radio on Sirius.
Yeah, it's a bad area.
Built the dream. We built this for you. Hometown Radio with the Jonas Brothers. Home with the Sirius XM app.
It's going loud over here.
It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief. I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find that your house has been sold. minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Is your business struggling to balance your workforce with project demands? Controlling expenses while maintaining day-to-day operations is tricky. Specialized Recruiting Group provides professional contractors to flex up for peak seasons without increasing your full-time staff. Go to srgpros.com right now to get the expert contractors you need. Specialized Recruiting Group, a better way to manage your professional workforce.
Repair costs have gone up over, and if your menu is expired, cover it all. If your car is not, can get you covered on it, less them.
This is how many Search Kings has. Search Kings has over 2,000 five-star Google reviews. No wonder Google hand-selected Search Kings as a Google Premier Partner. You want to stand out with your customers online? Switch to Search Kings. That's 312 312
Now, the latter part, going back to New York, Donnie's father, Marxist. And Donnie actually.
All right, let's try and switch it over to the Wi-Fi because this is not going to stay connected.
He is a trust fund man. He grew up not having to work. He's even said that. He has certainly not lived the kind of life that he wants to live. And his policies
Let's try that.
Destroy New York's middle class. You can talk about affordability all they want. They're Marxists. Marxists aren't about affordability. They're about power. It's the whole point of the book on power. They're about control. They're about empowering themselves. So I don't really care how he lives. I guarantee you he won't live anywhere but Gracie Mansion. That's where they all live. But thank you for your call, folks. Somebody's going to have to do better than that. I said that, and I'll stick by it. Mondami's economic policies are very, very similar to the Castro's, to Fidel Castro. And I want some Marxist, leftist, Mondami supporter to call me and tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong.
See if it stays connected. Jesus,
Circling back to Mike Johnson at the Western Wall in Israel yesterday, and I'm here countering with truth the buffoons, the fools, who have their own little backgrounds in their basements, with their own little microphones, who are so self-important, going on about how MAGA has turned on Israel. When basically it's this fake MAGA kebab. Turns on Trump, stabs him in the back. In many ways, they're like Marxist Islamists, aren't they, when you think about it? They really are. They're liars. They're sloganeers. They're moronic. They love the left-wing media. They love attention. They're grifters. Many more areas of overlap, as a matter of fact. Here's Mike Johnson at the Western Wall in Israel yesterday. Cut 6, go.
Mike Johnson, the 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives in America. We're here with a delegation of members of the House. We're so grateful to be in Israel, particularly.
This guy's doing fucking 45 and 55.
But it's such a moving time for us to be here at the Wailing Wall. We've offered our prayers, we put our notes into the wall as is traditional, and we're so moved by the hospitality of the people and the great love of Israel. Our prayer is that America will always stand with Israel, and that we will we pray for the preservation and the peace of Jerusalem. That's what Scripture tells us to do. It's a matter of faith for us.
He must be Israel first. No. He's American first, which involves supporting the Holy Land and the people who are defending it, which involves embracing the Bible. Oh, we think we have another one, huh? I'm not so sure about this. Julia, Hickory, North Carolina. Julia, tell us the difference, you say, between Castro and Mamdani.
Well, thank you, Mark, for taking my call, and I just want to tell you thank you for what you do. God will bless those who will bless Israel. The difference.
You must be a neocon. Anyway, go right ahead, please.
There's no difference between Mondani's Marxism and Castro's Marxism. They're the same. But what I fear is Mondani will try and rebrand communism into American.
Well, we got around them.
And the general public who are sometimes
trying to get back into the work area. I've got it back on the Wi-Fi because in these areas here, even if it gets grainy, it won't disconnect on the Wi-Fi, I'm thinking. So we'll try that.
We have to stop stigmatizing socialism. You're like 20.
It's looking pretty good now.
Now, of course, they've lived in the greatest country on the face of the earth, where prosperity is created and wealth created, and they have everything they have as a result of capitalism. And
was you jumping back and forth? That's fine.
But we have to start stigmatizing socialism. So maybe our colleges should ship some of these folks off for a semester in Paris, in these socialist Marxist societies.
Julia. Thank you for your call. Mr. Callspringer, I'm looking for true believers. That is, I'm looking for individuals who believe in Mondani, who believe in Marxism and Islamism. That's what I'm looking for. So, not so much our folks, but their people. They have the guts to call. Tell me the difference between Fidel Castro's economic policies and beliefs and Mondani's. And it's my assertion that there aren't any. If there are no consequences. That's my assertion. That's what I believe. All right, let's keep moving, baby. I went back. I want to do this with you. They talk about gerrymandering. And, of course, the media, as you know, is filled with Democrats and radical leftists. And so they regurgitate whatever the Democrats tell them. These dark blue states have already squeezed out as many Republicans as they can. Maybe they can squeeze out a few more. But I want to show you how they believe in democracy. You ready? I went and looked this up. California has 52 congressional seats. You know how many the Republicans have? 9. No. Well, I understand it's a significant majority non-Republican state, but between the Republicans and the Independents, the Republicans and the Independents together outnumber the Democrats. But 43 Democrat districts. Now, that was through gerrymandering. Now let's look at New York. New York has 19 Democrats and 7 Republicans. Coco. I feel like there's something in your throat when you mention her name. She figures we can take out 2 or 3 more Republicans. Let's look at the state of Maryland. It has 8 congressional seats, 1 Republican. 1 Republican. Let's look at the state of Illinois, the home of Little Dick Durbin. Little Dick Durbin. They have 17 seats, 3 Republicans. And their map looks like a bowl of blue green. But so do these other states. We can go through New Jersey. We can go through all of them. So they've already done this. They've already gerrymandered, and maybe they can squeeze a few more out. But they don't believe in representative government. That's just, how shall I say, crap. Now there's more. I referenced to you the other night. Our buddy Hans von Spakovsky of the Heritage Foundation. He wrote a piece a few years back about the Census Bureau errors distort congressional representation for the states. He wrote this literally 3 years ago. And what is he talking about? The Census Bureau admitted that they made a mistake in their mathematical calculations in the 2020 census. Now, first of all, that's hard for me to believe that they made a mistake after all these years, since the adoption of the Constitution. You think
there's a biggie hidden up here.
But they made a mistake. And what did that mistake do, ladies and gentlemen? As a result of their errors, their mathematical errors, right? Florida did not receive 2 additional congressional seats, which it should have.
He's hitting good.
Should have received an additional seat, which it didn't. Minnesota and Rhode Island each retained a congressional seat, both of which
of course
lost the seat. And
pretty sure he flew him out there too in his jet.
Colorado's Democrat, Rhode Island's Democrat, Minnesota Democrat, and the other 2.
They're fining him $500 a day.
And he has other examples.
And they're going to charge them if they use election funds to pay the fine.
Likely Republican seats were handed to dark blue Democrat states as a result of a so-called error at the Census Bureau. The Democrats are jumping up and down because this is what they always do. They can't control themselves.
And another order.
They have issues.
Where? Wendy's?
The media haven't told you any of this, have they? In fact, the media never told you about the Census Bureau errors, did they? More when I return. I'll be right back.
Plug in.
Your soul may feel broken today. Joel Osteen. But your soul can be restored. He'll come. Joy will come. Peace will come. Be inspired. Forces that have held you back are being broken off of your emotions, your attitudes, your thoughts. You are not going to live wounded. He's restoring your soul. Joel Osteen Radio, Sirius XM 128, and on the Sirius XM app.
Good on that.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old.
Let's see, 4 items.
Honey, everything is so expensive,
Like,
and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are
All right,
maxed out?
I'll be right back.
Too, and the
We're at Wendy's.
right around the corner. You want some extra cash.
We still make time from work yet. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/news. That's ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter.com/news.
Profiting from the financial markets has never been easier. TrueTrade introduces the world's first one-click AI-assisted trading platform. No trading experience? No problem. Just purchase their platform, connect your trading account, download their mobile app, and turn it on. It's that simple. No need to worry about what or when to trade. With just one click, their AI software handles everything for you. No learning, no experience, no headaches. Whether you're trading a single account or managing an entire portfolio, TrueTrade software runs on autopilot with its AI risk management protecting your downside. Don't have funds to trade with? No problem. TrueTrade offers an unprecedented money-back guarantee on their software. Plus, get a guarantee of at least $300,000 in tradable funds. You can make profits. Join thousands worldwide who are already profiting from their AI-driven trade technology. Are you ready to step up your cash flow? Head over to TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. Investing involves risks, including the potential loss of principal. Past performance does not guarantee future results. See terms and conditions.
Wow, this one's another fucking 8 miles out.
Michigan sound like?
Oh well.
It's the sound of new EV charging stations at our state parks. That's the sound of over $20 billion in new investments to produce EVs and batteries in Michigan. And that's the silence of Michigan's new Enroad wireless charging system. Discover all the ways MEDC is driving next-gen mobility in Michigan at michiganbusiness.org.
Personal responsibility. The rule of law. We are Sirius XM Patriots.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
Cash for pawn commercials. I ain't heard them.
Heard people tell you things are unconstitutional and things of that sort. You don't really want to rely on people on TV.
Oh, this is in White House. This is in the village I live in.
But you really need to know what's in the Constitution. You know it's fun to know what's in the Constitution. Very interesting.
No, but I get to write the mileage off for taxes, so.
And so the meaning of the Constitution is very important.
I don't pay taxes on anything I make here. So
College is offering a brand new free online course called The Federalist. The Federalist Papers were written primarily by Hamilton and Madison, and they explained how the United States Constitution established
this is like on the way home.
enough to secure the rights of citizens and safe enough to wield that power. Listen to what I said, to wield.
Wonder if I get a road rager.
Hillsdale's online course, The Federalist, includes 10 lectures, each about 30 minutes long. You can take the course at your own pace. There's no cost to sign up. And go right now, if you will, to levinforhillsdale.com to enroll. Again, no cost, easy to get started. It's levinforhillsdale.com to register for free, LEVIN for hillsdale.com. Now, when you're talking about the Constitution, when you're talking about the Federalist Papers, when you're talking about the Bill of Rights,
MLB doesn't have to be working.
Constitution, when you're talking about the Declaration, conversely, when you're talking about a Mondale or a Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders, when you're talking about Marxism or Islamism, when you're talking about all these things, it comes down to one word: power. It's a complicated word. It's a complicated word. It doesn't lend itself to a simple definition. But I want to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I've done probably, during the course of this week and last week, maybe 50 radio interviews. 50. I've done 8 or 10 television programs. The hosts have been fabulous, by the way. I'm very grateful. Some of you may have heard some of these interviews on your local stations or on Fox and so forth. And the fact of the matter is that in virtually every... The matter of the fact is... The host has read the book. They have said, this is a hell of a book. There's a ton of information in here, even though it's a tightly written book. And it's wholly understandable the way you wrote it. And I explained to them that I did this in a slightly different way than my other books. It's more like Liberty and Tyranny, I might say. I did it this way because of the import of this issue. Because I don't think we're teeing up the debate the way we need to tee up the debate. And by the way, I regret...
That'd be the road rage. Yeah, I just passed the dude without slamming on the brakes. That's what I just had to do. That didn't seem to be much of a problem. I don't know why that guy couldn't have just done that.
On Epstein. That we're in a battle for this.
Seems like if you're in a hurry, last thing you want to do is when you get in front of someone you just passed, is slam on the brakes. But then again, I try to be sensible.
They attack conservatives for their own selfish purposes. And so I use as much time as I can, first in exposing them, and defending you and me from them, and defending the president from them, but as much time as I can to talk about substance, history, philosophy, our nation. And at the book signing, my wife was standing there, one person after another said, please keep doing that, please keep doing that. We don't get it.
Got lots of bugs on my windshield, though. That's what happens out here in the woods.
I've always done it, I'm always going to do it. There's a lot of books out there. There's more coming. The vast majority of them weren't written by the author. Some were, but most were not. You can be 100% certain that when you purchase a book from me like this one on power, it's mine. And you can be certain that we're going to take these issues and we're going to develop them in a way that does not waste your time or your money. I know the value is great, it's less than $20, but money's money. And you can go online on Amazon. There aren't a lot of comments there, but the ones that aren't truly absurd and a left field that have nothing to do with the book, that are just personal attacks and so forth, you know what to do with those. But look at the ones that leave substantive responses. Take a look at those. Or if you've been able to listen to my interviews with local hosts who are fantastic and some of the syndicated hosts, understand that We've just touched it. And when I read from the book, we've just touched it. But if we're going to understand how to secure this nation, we've got to understand certain language, certain concepts, certain ideas, and be able to package them in a fairly pithy way. And I want to say one other thing. Many of you have or are sending your kids off to college. My friend Mario Costa,
Yeah, it is.
WMAL, great morning host. He subs from time to time for me in Washington, D.C. He was one of the first interviews I did, if not the first, and he said, get this.
I don't get water out of there, though. I get it out of a well in my backyard.
You're going to need it. So I hope you'll grab your copy.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document, and then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to Home Title.
Normally I would go straight here on my way home, so.
That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we want our own family treatment. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States.
It seems to be not disconnecting as much, not on the Wi-Fi now. I think it just disconnected because it jumped on the building's Wi-Fi when we were in Defiance.
So moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could.
Other than that, it seems like it's working all right. I mean, it gets a little grainy, but it's going to do that.
Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-909-4747.
Drops to 40.
800-909-4747.
40, 55, 40.
800-909-4747.
Oh, we went there Saturday. It was very good. Yeah, we went after the retirement party. My godmom's retirement party was Saturday. We stopped by there afterwards. It's very good. She got a pudding shake and I got a cobbler shake.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
The Department of Veterans Affairs is proposing the removal of abortion coverage from the list of medical benefits for veterans and their families. The VA says it would still provide abortion in life-threatening circumstances, but that the benefit is not needed. Critics of the change note that abortion would not be provided when pregnancies are the result of rape or incest. Veterans Affairs did not include abortion in its coverage until the Biden administration added it in 2022. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with senior security officials on Tuesday to hammer out Gaza war plans and reportedly came out in favor of the military taking control of the entire enclave, even if it meant that the remaining hostages could be harmed or executed by Hamas. State Department spokeswoman Tammy Bruce says the U.S. will not comment on Israel's future plans in Gaza.
You know what we're focused on still? Getting the hostages out after what we saw with videos over the last couple of days. It is a reminder to people about the evil that has been running this terror operation in Gaza via through Hamas.
Meeting of Israeli officials came amid
I didn't even know there was apartments here. I've never been back here before.
And IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir over the prospect of Israeli forces fully occupying Gaza. Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend wants to keep grand jury records secret in the sex trafficking case that sent her to prison Their lawyers said so in a court filing Tuesday. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 62 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
If you're living with pain, see how Relief Factor can help.
I'm an artist and I'm in my studio. I listen to the radio all day. I'm hearing the ads about Relief Factor. And I've got pain in my neck and it's getting worse. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go ahead and order this. 2 weeks later, I've got much better range of motion. If you're experiencing pain at a certain point in life, I would get Relief Factor.
Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com and get your 3-week quick start today. Only $19.95. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health. Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Could not believe how my hearing and life changed. Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
There's a U.S. Coast Guard report on the ill-fated submersible Titan.
The crew was descending to the wreck of the Titanic off Canada before it imploded. All 5 people aboard the Titan died, including the CEO of OceanGate. The investigation found the company ignored safety warnings and the submersible's inadequate design and maintenance. The disaster has led to lawsuits and calls for tighter regulation in private deep-sea tourism. OceanGate suspended its operations in July of 2023, weeks after the disaster. A spokesperson for the company said it was fully cooperating with the investigation.
Got a shitty tip on that one.
U.S. prosecutors won't seek the death penalty in their cases against Mexican drug lords Elmayo Zambada and Rafael Caro Quintero. Prosecutors disclosed their decision in brief letters to judges on Tuesday. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
We, the people of the United States.
This week in American history.
Yeah, they were out of mac and cheese there.
In 1790, Congress creates the U.S. Coast Guard, protecting America's shores.
All right, this wants me to head over by Wingstop.
And in 1977,
Busy.
President Jimmy Carter signs legislation creating the Department of Energy amid the nation's growing energy crisis. Counting down to America, 250.
Only on Sirius XM Patriot Channel 125.
Hello there.
You've worked hard to provide for your
Ladies.
family, and you deserve a bank that's committed to helping you protect your money from government overreach and cancel culture. That's why Dr. Ben Carson, John Rich, and Larry Elder founded Old Glory Bank. With our focus on financial freedom and traditional American values, we've now grown over 2,000% with customers in all 50 states. Visit oldglorybank.com/patriot to learn more.
Selling your home? On Ready.com, agents will pay you thousands up front just for the chance to sell your home. Because on Ready, agents compete. They put their money where their mouth is. Well, not really. You don't want agents with wallets in their mouths. But you get the idea. And when agents have money on the line, they sell your home for top dollar. So go to Ready.com, REDY.com, or call 888-515-READY. Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
He's here. Now broadcasting from the underground command post, deep from the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
We're going to have some fun here. I can see America. Welcome. Our number is 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. All right, we're going to expand here a little bit. Your line is open for people who want to tell me the great difference between Mamdani, that is Mamdani, and Castro's economic policies and views. And another line we're going to keep open. If anybody has any question about this issue of power, how to apply it, anything in the book, and so forth, because they're all related. So we're going to have some valuable pieces later this ball game that they will pitch foul back. That's 1-2 on Jahmai Jones.
Yeah, Cody Thunderbird is the left-hander, and he pitched on Sunday for 35 pitches, so you're not even sure if he's able and ready to go in today's game.
Ball and 2 strikes to count on Jones. Perez first pitch is chopped to third and foul. Tiger injury report brought to you by McLaren Health, official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. The new acquisitions. Paul Sewald was chatting with the media today in the clubhouse. Excited to be here, currently on the injured list, but I like what he said. As Matthews deals 1-2 down and away. So I'm going to pitch this year. When is a question of day-to-day? I thought that was a brilliant answer.
And, I mean, I'm really looking forward to that arm, too.
Yeah, they still have Boston market around here.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Jahmai Jones. The pitch lifted in the air to right.
Couple of them, anyway.
Matt Wallner tracking it.
Last I heard, anyway.
Jones put away, and there's one out for Zach McKinstry. But he's a guy that, Dan, brings playoff pedigree with him.
I was thinking right along with you. You know, you got Charlie Morton, you know, a veteran who's got 2 World Series rings. Chris Paddock, a veteran. Montero's got postseason experience. We haven't seen him yet, but a lot of arms. Sewald. I mean, so good veterans that have seen it all.
Zach McKinstry swings and misses at a high fastball. 3-0 Twins here in the second. McKinstry 2-hit day yesterday. Matthews from the belt. Checks on Perez at first. Pitch is fouled away. McKinstry get a hole, 0-2. Russell Perez gets a little frisky in this. He's got 5 stolen bases this season. Twins will play for 2 with the shortstop Lee sheeted up the middle. 0-2 to McKinstry. Lays off a high fastball. That one popped in there in 98. Good live arm with Zebby Matthews.
Vasquez, too, was just giving him that little glove flip like that. Boy, you hit your spot right about just above the letters. Zach McKinstry able to hold up.
1-2, and he goes down and in with a slider and gets a swinging strike 3. That's the 3rd strikeout for Matthews. 2 gone in the second for Javier Baez.
You can see that slider is really tough. And after that high fastball on 0-2, that looks like, okay, now it's kind of down in the strike zone. I like the looks of that. And then because he throws it so hard, it just gets right to the strike zone, drops right down, and Zach McKinstry swings right over the top of it.
The 2 outs and a man on for Javi Baez. Pitch up and away, and that's ball 1. Baez was not in the lineup tonight. Torres, a late scratch. So a little bit of lineup shifting. So that Gleyber is okay. Here's 1-0 pitch. Taking inside corner, full strike, and then evens the count.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Gleyber Torres is one of those that you just almost pencil in every day. You know he's going to be either leading off or batting second. He's going to be in there, and he's going to be at second base. And that was just whoa, wait a minute, what happened?
The 1-1. There, the cold strike at 97. It's a ball with 2 strikes now on Javi Baez. Late yesterday for Javi. Down 3-0 here in the second inning. Run versus Wenzel Perez. The 1-2. Baez takes a fastball up and outside. Beautiful count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Scratched tonight. Left forearm tightness. 2-2 the count on Javi Baez. The pitch. Take outside. Run for count falls. Perez will be off in motion with the next delivery. You know it had to be bad for Gleyber to take it out.
Yeah.
It must have really been bothered to get 3-2 the count on Javi Baez. Runner goes, payoff foul back.
fastball over the third and just pulled it in the screen.
And you just try to think back to what kind of movement did he make in last night's game, that may have caused something like that. I think that just stands out.
3-2 the count on Javi Baez. Run first one's Perez. Mayo goes, and it's a called strike 3. Slap the fastball in there, top of the zone, fourth strikeout for Zebby Matthews. He looks sharp through 2. Round to the third, it's 3-0 Minnesota. You're on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network, presented by Meyer.
Fantastic. Now up to the bowl, the Farmer's Dog. Dan, what's the report on this fresh dog food?
Well, Mike, real meat and veggies are gently cooked without any of the ultra-processing that's common.
There's a piggy up ahead.
Plus, it's portioned to your dog's unique needs for easy weight management. Absolutely, Mike.
That sure sounds like a recipe for a long, healthy career.
Get 50% off your first box of the official pet food of Major League Baseball only at thefarmersdog.com.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-433 for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Baseball season is here, and that means one thing. It's time to fire up the grill and knock dinner out of the park with Hatfield Pork. Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets have the home run flavor your whole family will love. Don't strike out with anything less.
Yeah, they're already down 3-0.
And bring home the taste of summer with Hatfield.
Third inning.
Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injury list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, here's the home run hit you need. Morgan &
First pitch is a swing and a tap foul off the third base line of Matt Wallner. Top of the third inning, it's 3-0 Minnesota. 3 runs with 2 out of the first. Wallner 0 for 1 today. Grounded out to the first baseman Spencer Torkelson in the first inning. This Chris Paddock deals on the 0-1. Evening up the count on a ball and a strike. Third inning is brought to you by Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric. Best service and best price. Choose Mastercraft. The 1-1. Swing a little cue shot foul off the end of the bat down the third base line. It's 1-2. Chris Paddock facing his former team, the Minnesota Twins. Yeah, what was that like when you went up against one of your former clubs?
It was, you definitely wanted the bragging rights. I remember, having to face roommates before, too.
1-2 is shot down the third base line. Foul. Will Miller. Third base umpire. Had the quick feet moving that time. He's at third. He's the crew chief.
Could easily gotten to that light if he hadn't fucking moved.
Chad Fairchild has the plate tonight. All the 2 strikes on Walder. Jeffers and Cody Clemens to follow. A 1-2. Swing and a foul straight back, and we'll do it again. Had a ball and 2 strikes.
But Chris Paddock had to, he found out he was being traded, and it happens pretty quick. It's 24 hours, and you're coming to Detroit, and you're pitching in just a couple of days.
The 1-2. Jim misses outside, evens the count.
So he never had a chance to really say goodbye to anybody, so he was catching up with some of the guys yesterday. And that was the pleasantries that happened yesterday, but today is just a whole different story. Nothing but business for Chris Paddock.
2-2 is off the end of the bat to center, sending Matt Vierling back into the alley. He'll make the catch. Matt Wallner retired, and there's one gone. One down here in the second for Ryan Jeffers. He got that 2-out rally started in the first inning with a double. Tigers down 3-0 here in the third. First pitch to Ryan Jeffers is taken for a strike. Paddock becoming only the 6th pitcher in the last 50 years for the Tigers to get traded to Detroit and make a start against his former team. The 0-1 is taken up, and that evens the count. One of them happened when you were in the Tiger rotation.
Nice.
Remember who that was?
Frank Tanana.
Frank Tanana. Came over in 1985 as the 1-1. Taken at the knees, sinker for a called strike. It's 1-2. He made 2 starts against the Texas Rangers after coming over.
Yep.
1-2 to count. Paddock rocks and deals. In the dirt on the curve, evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Frank had some good years in the big leagues.
I was just thinking that he was going to go on to great things. A couple of years later, in 1987, pitching that marvelous game on the last day of the season against the Blue Jays.
2-2 is popped up. First base side, both Rogers and Torkelson will give it a look, but it's off the roof of the dugout.
You know, when I think of Frank Tanana, you know who I think of, just inducted into the Hall of Fame, CC Sabathia. Their careers, kind of the way they, started off being flamethrowers, high 90s, mid 90s, and then just as they progressed on, they learned how to pitch with less than big velocity, and it's just like perfect analogy between the two.
Ground ball up the middle, scoop by Baez at short, flips on to first, 2 outs. 2 gone here in the Twins' third.
This is downtown Maumee.
Brought to you in part by Meijer.
To the right is it's really nice, especially during the holidays, all lit up and stuff. But it took away. It used to be 2 lanes in both directions going through town there, but now it's down to 1 lane. So it gets so congested there now. I was just talking to somebody yesterday about it. I mean, they added parking, street parking and stuff like that, but to do that.
Balls of a strike on Clemens. Paddock deals. Swinging the line drive, right center. That's going to touch down and it's going to roll. Bierling to cut it off, spins around, guns the throw back in, but it's not in time as Clemens slides in safely. Got 2 doubles and 2 at bats.
No, again, just right on that pitch. I mean, that's not a bad curveball. It's down to the strike zone a little bit, maybe in the center cut, but still just a very good swing. Took the first pitch, cutter for a strike, and then just seemed to be all over that curveball. It must have popped on him, meaning that as soon as it came out of Paddock's hand, it went up a little bit. So Cody Clemens was saying, "Oh, that's going up a little bit."
Yeah, Maumee was established before Toledo was. That was going to be the big town around here, but the river is a lot wider around Toledo. Made it a lot easier for shipping.
Outfield takes a step back onto the dirt, makes the catch. Keyshaw retired, and the Twins stranded runner at second. Chris Paddock works around a 2-out double. We head to the last of the third. 3-0 Minnesota on top. Here in the home, Detroit Tigers baseball, presented by
Baseball season is here, and that means one thing. It's time to fire up the grill and knock dinner out of the park with Hatfield Pork. Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets have the home run flavor your whole family will love. Don't strike out with anything less. Load up your plate, put pork on your fork, and bring home the taste of summer with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com.
You get an order pretty soon. Getting into a busy area.
Hatfield, better care.
Probably take me right into Toledo.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need
there it is.
full suitcases?
Tropical
With the new
smoothie.
2026 Kia
That can't
Sportage
be
X
too bad.
Plus
17
class-leading
minutes.
cargo space. You'll have room for what you need.
3.3
Find
miles.
out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA.
We'll do a smoothie.
Drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Now up to the bowl, the farmer's dog. Dan, what's the report on this fresh dog food?
Well, Mike, real meat and veggies are gently cooked without any of the ultra-processing that's common in most pet foods. Plus, it's portioned to your dog's unique needs for easy weight management.
So we're looking at lean dogs with a pep to their step.
Absolutely, Mike.
That sure sounds like a recipe for a long, healthy career.
Get 50% off your
Hoping to
first
catch
box
that
of the
light.
official pet food of Major League Baseball only at thefarmersdog.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most.
Phoenix Express Auto Wash. And wash anywhere with our Wash Smart Unlimited membership. The official car wash of the Detroit Tigers.
Third inning, 3-0 Minnesota on top. And the first pitch, check swing called strike on Jake Rogers. Jake Rogers at the top of the card in Colt Keith and Matt Vierling do up against Zebby Matthews, who has tossed a pair of scoreless innings to start his night. Arthur-ing Twins right-hander deals this one swung on, two towards first. Clemens way off the bag, will field, underhand flip. Matthews covering, and there's one out. The series is sponsored by Northville Lumber. Northville Lumber, Michigan's oldest business and largest Trex dealer. Away for Colt Keith, went down swinging strike three in the first. So far, though, so good for the Twin starter, Danny. He's looked sharp as the first pitch to Keith is in there for a called strike.
All right. Ooh, that looks weird. All right. 7:39. Okay. We lost the bowl game. Let's just turn the radio back on that way. So when we getting up and losing connection. Can't see shit backing out here. What is this idiot doing? Student driver. Oh. Back to Mark Levin.
Stupid, but he's stupid funny. Not the same with Crockett. She's not funny and stupid. Green is funny and stupid. Of course, they're not the only ones, but here we go. Hot 12, go.
As you know,
The president and I don't exchange Christmas cards.
Let me tell you something, Al. I doubt the president even knows who the hell you are. No offense. No offense. Go ahead.
The president is a very vindictive person.
Says the man who files impeachment complaints left and right. Okay, go.
Don't bring me any bad news person. Just fired someone because he got bad news.
No, he fired somebody because when you're off a month before by almost 900,000 when it comes to employment and unemployment, and you're a Biden appointee. It is hilarious. So Biden appointee is not to be removed. But Trump appointees are not to even occur. So they're blocking Trump appointees, which is a great obstruction of the electorate, of the victory that Donald Trump had, our voting. And yet Trump fires one of these people, and for good reason. And that's all you hear about. That's all you hear about. You're not allowed to fire them, folks. No. Go ahead.
We friends have to understand what we're dealing with. And if we understand what we're dealing with, we can stop what we're dealing with. We're dealing with an egomaniacal person.
Okay, not to offend. If you're going to use the word, it's egomaniacal, not egomaniacal. Just say it. And I'm just saying, Al, you're an idiot. We'll be right back. Or not. Sorry. I've always announced that I am a quasi-professional, and I think that just proved it. We'll be right back.
If it's more than one, I make them give me one. As long as they have them. Some places don't even have them.
Long hours, hard work, and doing things the right way. That's what's built this country, and that's what's built Beefaroo. For over 50 years, we've been serving up famously delicious burgers, fries, and shakes with traditional family values at our core. And now, we want you to bring Beefaroo to your hometown. Be your own boss, build something your community will love, and own a Beefaroo franchise that works as hard as you do. We're committed to continue to build our well-established American fast casual restaurant system with professional franchisees who are aligned with our culture and passion for providing the highest quality consumer experience at an affordable price. With territories available nationwide, there's no better time to become a Beefaroo franchise owner. Check out beefaroofranchise.com today, because we take the time to do it right. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The
financial markets has never been easier. TrueTrade introduces the world's first one-click AI-assisted trading platform. No trading experience? No problem. Just purchase their platform, connect your trading account, download their mobile app, and turn it on. It's that simple. No need to worry about what or when to trade. With just one click, their AI software handles everything for you. No learning, no experience, no headaches. Whether you're trading a single account or managing an entire portfolio, TrueTrade software runs on autopilot with its AI risk management protecting your downside. Don't have funds to trade with? No problem. TrueTrade offers an unprecedented money-back guarantee on their software. Plus, get a guarantee of at least $300,000 in tradable funds. You keep the profits. Join thousands worldwide who are already profiting from their AI-driven trade technology. Are you ready to step up your cash flow? Head over to TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. That's TrueTrade.io. Investing involves risks, including the potential loss of principal. Past performance does not guarantee future results. See terms and conditions. We're constantly making promises to ourselves to live healthier.
221's open. 221. Grounding in front of Organ Arms. Shoot in front of Organ Arms.
Just no outlet. Fuck me. No tip. Fuck. Let me guess on this one. Fucking waste of fucking time. Shit pisses me off, man. You have to manually go to the spot to force no tip on that. Enjoy your fucking smoothie, Jaden. Fucking ridiculous, man. Yeah. You call it the port section or you could call it something else. Sorry. It's fucked up, man.
237, 221, check your safety.
We should be all set.
Look at this. You fucking kidding me? Yeah, I made $2.88 on that one. Yeah, at least $1, you know? At least $1. I know it was a small order and shit, but come on, your fucking fat ass didn't drive out there to. Another sheet's going in right there. Something like that missing.
Purchase order 3100 Main Street at Dillard's. Close to there's a male following her, and her friend is refusing to leave and harassing a Hispanic male, approximately 26 to 27 years of age. 3100 North Main, 164. You can item.
152 dispatch, you can item 151. I'm at 28 in the interstate.
151, you can item.
I'm Ida. Thank you.
Papa John's.
For cruising around to Dillard's, looks like the male just got in the close driving around the rear behind Dillard's.
Jeez. Let's get around this fucking truck.
22 dispatch. Go ahead.
Can you show me out a suspicious person at the Sawville Nail and Salon in the Pergola?
I'll show you a suspicious person.
This is right. I'm driving right to where this call's at. It's next pickup. Yeah, he must have moved. Yeah. Once I reported him being parked on the side of the road here, he moved. Oh, yeah. I keep it in the car. Never know when I want to do some dashing. You can do it from almost any town I'm in.
Can we do a call back and find out what entrance the caller's going to be at?
Being platinum rated,
We'll do a call back.
I can pretty much get priority for calls wherever I'm at if they're available. Because I've gotten some good ratings from some customers. I've been screwed over a couple times on some on-time stuff, but both times it wasn't my fault. It was that Papa John's in Defiance, and then that one weird delivery. Don't pull up in front of me, thank you. That one weird delivery where that fucking map was taking me the wrong way down a one-way street and shit. Yeah, I'm a high 90s and everything, so percentage-wise. And out of the 2 actual star ratings I've gotten, both of them were 5-star ratings, so. The fuck? Why the fuck? This has got me here.
Dispatch 152, she's going to be on the south entrance.
Fuck. Well, I was on the last map, so I'm not even going to get this pickup in time. Fuck. That's my fault, dude. 746. Shit. Well, I fucked that one up. I wasn't paying attention. Talking about my on-time ratings, and I just fucked it up. Drove right past it. Well, I was still heading into a different zone. Apparently I didn't refresh the map. So it took me right where I asked it to. I was trying to figure out, I was like, man, I didn't think there was a Papa John's over here. Because there's not. Yeah, I'm going to be late picking this one up.
23, take your safety.
That's good, thank you.
Let's say, come on, let's go, guys. Jesus Christ.
Oh, on 33, dispatch in the area.
In the area.
Go. Go. It's yield, not stop. I might make it. Well, epic stuffed crust pizza. That's what we're getting. Come on, light. But I'm going to be late. There's no point in worrying about it.
On 33, Ashfield.
This guy's going the same spot as me.
Okay.
Fucking idiots.
37 off, 1 juvenile male on board, back to 3834 Siemens, starting 68.0.
I would have been ready. 2.2 miles away, but still heading toward Toledo. Actually, I think, yeah, this is Toledo. Yeah, doing this, I actually get some discounts on DoorDash, so. But I usually make up for it with a good tip to the driver. Basically, I get free delivery no matter what. But like I said, I make up for it with a good tip to the driver. Quality can be pricey.
Overnight, you're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine and microplastics. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS
That's nuts. That's a big difference.
After letter, a lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
This is very easy.
We finish this delivery. We're gonna pause. Get back into our area. I don't want to get stuck in Toledo again. These double and triple orders, no fucking tips. Fucking first delivery in Toledo was a 0 tip. I tried to anyway. They're popping pretty quick. $27.67. Please do not knock. Leave a door. Let's have a dog.
God is the sovereign. And through God as children, that is, the individual and the people are the sovereign. This power properly understood and exercised in the context of government. About the well-being of the people, not the rulers. People are the sovereign, not the governing authority. And importantly, the belief in God-given eternal truth, natural law, and unalienable rights is the basis of a moral and virtuous society that transcends any ruling. One's approach to life, law, laws, practices, decisions, values, and beliefs that together form one's life philosophy, which results from learned, cognitive, reactionary, experiential, or even instinctive thought processes. And significantly, faith. Faith is a vital, if not the imperative influence in the life of the individual, a nation, and even in countries that are said to be secular, that formally or institutionally disclaim and seek to invalidate faith, including by indoctrination and force. And of course, faith is preached and practiced by certain religions or religious leaders, now and in the past has been used by despots and despotic regimes as other autocrats use power, that is, power to brutalize, destroy, and kill. You may ask, how can faith be both pivotal to positive power, yet a potential tool for negative power? I write, thus further inquiry is crucial. Declaration of Independence. It appeals to the laws of nature and nature's God. States we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The founders were men of science, reason, and experience, but they were also men of faith who worshiped God. Even among the deists, namely Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, they knew and professed the importance of faith in society and the establishment of the American Republic. As I explained in Liberty and Tyranny, reason cannot by itself explain why there's reason. Science cannot by itself explain why there is science. Man's discovery and application of science are products of reason. Reason and science can explain the existence of matter, but they cannot explain why there is matter. They can explain the existence of the universe, but they can't explain why there's a universe. They can explain the existence of nature and the laws of physics, but they can't explain why there is nature and the laws of physics. They can explain the existence of life, but they cannot explain why there is life. They can explain the existence of consciousness, but they cannot explain why there is consciousness. The founders did not believe they owed their origins to men and through men, but to a transcendent providence, that is, to a higher source than man, God. Faith was fundamental to America's founding. Indeed, Christianity was and is our nation's dominant religion.
Yep, we paused. Get out of the hood. I want to be fucking pulling these calls in the dark.
This is why they're so despicable, among other reasons. One lay person put it this way: Judaism and Christianity have significantly influenced Western civilization. Their teachings have shaped ethical frameworks, legal systems, and cultural norms. The values derived from both faiths are evident in literature, art, and philosophy throughout history. Concepts like human rights, social justice, and the dignity of life are rooted in their teachings. Both religions advocate for compassion and moral integrity, impacting social values. Their contributions extend beyond religious spheres, informing the development of Western thought and culture. This American nation of the United States was never intended to be a fundamentalist religious state of theocracy. It's one sees throughout the Muslim world and elsewhere, and it goes on. It's very, very important in chapter 3.
Ooh, I can take that Devonshire Road.
People as individuals in a country, and again, you don't believe
You didn't start a business to babysit your poorest performing employees. That's exactly why I started my business, so you don't have to. Hi, I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi so small business owners can take back control of their business. Need to fire a poor performing employee who happens to now want 3 months off? Your Bambi HR manager will take care of that for you in your first week with us. You spend your time coaching your A players, we'll take care of the rest. I'm so confident that Bambi will help you focus on what you love about running your business that I'm offering a $1 trial to the service for your first month. Trust me, there are no limits to the amount of calls or questions you can give your Bambi HR manager. After your first month, just 20. Yes, $29 a month for companies of any size. Month to month, no hidden fees, cancel anytime. Get a month of Bambi for just $1. Go to Bambi.com and type Patriot under radio to schedule your first call with an HR manager right now. Go to BAMBEE.com, Patriot Radio. See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old, not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payments are right around the corner. You need some extra cash.
So we'll make time for work.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that will work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks.
I guess they came out with why his cause of death. I guess he had a heart attack, which is no surprise. The man that once snorted ants off the sidewalk had a heart attack.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com and we're getting our money tomorrow. Wow, that's fast. Problem solved. If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
You get in that one fucking neighborhood, man. I was having to stop in the middle of the road because there was nowhere to park just to run the order up to the door. And they don't tip for shit. Mommy, just a few more miles up. I'll be back in Mommy. And all on pause.
President Trump says he's reviewing 4 candidates as a possible successor to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
The president said he has narrowed the field of potential Fed chair candidates to 4, and that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is not on the list. He told CNBC that Bessent has taken himself out of contention. Jerome Powell, whose Fed term ends next May, has been brutally ridiculed by Donald Trump for not lowering interest rates. The president nominated Powell for the Fed job during his first administration.
AJOT's live.
Greg Clugston, Washington.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered an investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe.
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice.
Director of National Intelligence
Milwaukee's got 4 rounds.
Gabbard last month as she released documents aimed at undermining the legitimacy of the investigation that established Russia meddled in the 2016 presidential election on behalf of President Trump.
The expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long
6-1, fucking Minnesota.
Attorney General Pam Bondi ordered a
Glad I'm not listening to that shit.
investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe, directing a prosecutor to begin presenting evidence to a grand jury. Ben Thomas, Washington.
Dozens of Democratic state lawmakers in Texas have scattered across the country in a last-ditch effort to prevent Republicans from adopting U.S. House maps that President Trump wants in place before the 2026 midterm elections. The Republican-controlled State House failed to reach a necessary quorum to vote on the district map Monday and Tuesday. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 62 points, the NASDAQ dropped 137. More at townhall.com.
Hey, it's Mike Grown. If I have a choice, I like to do
stop at a gas station and wash my windshield off.
For something.
That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk.
Probably a
No
Kroger or
offense to
something.
Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today, save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
The death toll is revised downward to 56 as a search continues for any survivors from the boat which sank off of Yemen on early Sunday. 132 people remain missing, according
And
to the
another
U.S.
order.
Immigration
Bam.
Agency.
Cold Stone
We have more
Creamery.
on this
Where the hell's
devastating
that?
story from international
Fucking
correspondent
10 miles
Charles
out?
Ledesma
Fuck.
reporting from London.
The vessel had 200 people on board when it sank off the coastal town of Shukra. Authorities recovered 56 bodies, including 14 women, while 12 men were to the transport.
Double, triple check these directions. Okay. It's out in the booties where I'm taking them. Probably right back into fucking Toledo. Hey, Schmedler. What up? On Twitch? Doing a little door dashing. You could give me a unique chat in my Rumble. I only need a couple more for the rest of the month. Schmedtor. Not Schmedler. Schmedder. Oh, I always say Schmedder. I think I've always said it wrong. Actually, this is a pickup by 8:11. My map's got me there at 8:10, so I don't have time to stop. Once I get it picked up, I'll probably have plenty of time. But yeah, I started my Twitch when I used to game a lot. I used to play PUBG and Escape from Tarkov. My handle was Uncle G Spot. fucking light, man. Barely gonna be there at 11. 11. Go! Fuck. Go, motherfucker. Watch, Cold Stone's gonna be packed. Not familiar with that game. I'll be right back. Oh shit, I got a message. Sometimes Door Dashers have trouble finding my door. Man, this is gonna be a 0 tip too. I guarantee you. You should see how tiny this little cup of ice cream is. Ugh, fucking ridiculous. Fucking 13 minutes away. Moon's getting bigger. This is gonna fucking take me on the freeway, ain't it? God dang. I'm gonna be down in Perrysburg. Work my way all the way over here for this crap. Hey, how's the missus? She's doing pretty well, actually. Pretty well. A lot better after the accident and stuff. Thanks for asking. Thanks for popping into the chat, too. Ugh. Figures. Yeah, it's even more up in Detroit area. It's really hazy there. The air quality is not good here. It's even worse up there. My son sent me a picture earlier today in the morning, sunrise time, and it was bad. Man, these bugs. It's like that moon's getting big. Just over 3/4. Motherfucking gravel hauler.
Go ahead.
Come on, so.
I'll say.
Why are we hitting the fucking brakes? 3/4 of a mile before the exit. Yeah, that's part of the thing is they do it. They do it on the cold stone. They mix it in. Yeah, part of the tang. All kinds of different things you can chop into it.
Call 5 to dispatch, Dave 11.
Dave 11.
This is an outdoor mall kind of area. Outdoor shops. Yeah. Getting dark. I'm gonna have to get my glasses on. I can see. Yeah, these don't look cheap. All those glasses do. For those sunglasses do. But now these are just the normal bifocals. Well, let's see if we can find it. 4284. Alrighty. Just got me heading over by Culver's there. Fucking 15 minutes away from where it's trying to take me. I don't want to go there either. I'm going to pause again. Turn it back on. Scanner's pretty dead tonight.
No, he hung up because this is the line you always get. The Scandinavian countries, look at this, they're doing great. They have a massive welfare state and they're socialists and the people love it. They don't want to get down and dirty. This is why I want you to get the book so you learn how to debate these people. And even more than that, advance what is a free country on power. So democratic socialism, those words are at opposites. It's democratic capitalism, if you really want to be clear about this. In fact, capitalism is more libertarian than anything else. You and I get to make decisions for ourselves. It doesn't mean we control the people who produce things. It doesn't mean we can control prices and all the rest. It means we make decisions. Let me ask you a question. When you go in the grocery store, do you make a decision on what you want to purchase? There's 5 different types of meat. Do you decide what kind of meat you want? 5 different types of wine. Do you decide what kind of wine you mean? That's capitalism. Socialism is you'll drink what we tell you to drink and you'll eat what we tell you to eat because we're in charge of it. And that's the point. We cannot allow them to get away with this democratic socialism bull crap. It's not democratic in any respect. They don't even know what they mean by Scandinavian countries. They hear Bernie Sanders puke this crap. And so they regurgitate what he says. That's all. Now, there are other callers there. You hang in there. I'm going to get to you folks too. I appreciate it very much. But the point is, there is no difference. I'll answer the question. Between Castro's economic policies and views and Mondami's. None. Zero. He wouldn't be a Castro-like dictator thanks to our system. But he'd be as close to a dictator as you could have in our system. I call that soft negative power. Castro was pure negative power. I also call this, what? Authoritarian democracy. What you heard Eddie there talking about is authoritarian democracy. If they pretend it's democratic. I'll be right back.
Hot weather, dry roads, dust blowing through every vent.
Summer's tough on your diesel engine, and bad fuel makes it worse. Howe's Diesel Defender cleans your system, fights wear, and boosts lubricity, keeping your engine cool, clean, and protected. Now available in half gallons, quarts, and the all-new 15-ounce bottle, perfect for diesel pickups and smaller tanks. When the heat's on, defend your diesel with Howe's. Find it at retailers nationwide and on Amazon.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly, and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free
One of the McDonald's right up the road here.
420-2255. That's 800-420-2255.
Introducing the all-new Standard in golf travel from Club Glove. The best just got better with the re-engineered Club Glove Traveler, the #1 golf travel bag on tour, including more club head padding,
I think we're allowed to go here. No, that's just the
and
exits.
the strongest ballistic fabric they've ever used. Explore the all-new gear today at clubglove.com, and for a limited time, use code XM25 at checkout and get a complimentary gift with your purchase. That's code XM25 at clubglove.com today.
Yeah, I just got another one. Right up the road here. I'm picking it up, and it's a long drive, too, to drop off. It's heading kind of into the direction I wanted to go anyway. So,
Washington squander your success. I'm Joseph Gradante, CEO and co-founder of Allianz.
so not so bad.
Systems that focuses on powerful forces that shape markets, economics, policy, and politics. Allianz Capital's Altitude AI is a proprietary tool designed to analyze these macroeconomic factors and their potential impact on your portfolio. Download our app today in the App Store or text Patriot to 511.
Got to turn there. Oh, dang it.
Text Patriot to
Dang it. Don't matter. I'm way ahead.
I had the worst dream last night. We were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we go.
Visit ethos.com/save. Ethos.com/save.
Oh boy, this is embarrassing. I'm here at the Four Patriots warehouse, and we are bursting at the seams with food. Our best-selling 4-week survival food kit sold like hotcakes last year. Because with everything going on in the world, smart folks stock up fast. So we told our purchasing guys, order more food. In 4-week hotcakes, be rude delivered. But due to supply chain delays,
Grab it.
now we got pallets of food stacked to the kitchen. We're out of room. So to clear space, we're doing something like buy one 4-week survival food kit, get a second one absolutely free. This food lasts 25 years, tastes great, and is handpacked in the USA. Double your emergency food supply at no extra cost. Plus, seniors and veterans get free shipping. Go to 4patriots.com right now. Remember, when disaster strikes, supermarket shelves empty fast. Don't let your family go hungry. 4patriots.com before the steal disappears forever.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An elite CompTIA certification
education partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
Human dignity, secure borders.
We are
SiriusXM Patriot.
Channel 125.
Conservative principles live here.
But then, the thunder on the right. Call in now. 877-381-3811.
All right, I'm looking for the call list here. Hold on one second, Mr. Producer. Let's see here. All right, let's take a few more calls here. Let us go to Mark Chico, California, XM Satellite. Mark, how are you, sir?
I'm great, Mark. It's great hearing you tonight out here on the West Coast. I want to say two things. I think it was Shakespeare that said that brevity is the soul of wit. You hit the nail on the head with your book. By the way, don't play any more Rice clips. Turn the radio off. And suicide, please.
Yeah, I
hate that guy.
Yeah.
I pre-ordered your book, and I want to say very briefly that I was a lifelong voracious reader. I read everything. And then later in my life, and I have more yesterday than tomorrow, I kind of lost my focus. And so I ordered your book. You've covered more ground in an amazing landscape, whether it was Locke, or the Founding Fathers, or Madison, the Federalists. And I've learned so much. And what I did is I bought a highlighter, and I said, I'll highlight everything that Mark says. And I ended up highlighting the whole freaking page.
Wow.
And this is the one that I like. Propaganda and repetition are the mainstays controlling communications in the pursuit of ideas, information, and knowledge. That's what's going on in America today. Mark, God bless you. And by the way, keep up the good work. And I'm sorry I didn't make the book signing, but maybe someday you could sign my book.
Listen, thank you so much. Mr. Producer, can we get Mark's full name and address? That was very kind of you.
I'm the Chico lawyer, Paul. It's called.
I'm sorry I didn't put one on one together, but I really appreciate that, especially coming from you, my friend. Thank you very much. And Mark in Chico, California, this is what I'm hearing. And I can't tell you how happy this makes me feel. Because, you know, when you sit down and you're writing a book, it takes me anywhere from 12 to 16 months. This book took me longer than most because I wanted it to be more compact. I wanted it to be loaded with useful information that we hadn't gone over before, and also to be impactful. Because I want as many people to read it as possible and to talk about it as possible. You never know how a book is going to be received, and it is being received very highly. And I cannot thank you folks enough for actually reading it. And I felt so committed to this book and this project that I did the entire audio on my own voice, and I never do that. It's the first book I've ever done that. So if you people are driving across country or something like that, and you want something to listen to, you're not in a position to actually listen to the book. Let's go to Justin.
All right.
Florida. I never got a chance to say that to Rush, but I get to say it to you, and it's almost as good.
Oh my goodness.
Mark,
thank you.
I'll say The Democrat
It's
Party.
connected. I must have connected to McDonald's or something.
But I've got 2 copies of this book sitting there, and this one is going out as a gift to my mom. I want to make sure she reads this. She came around during President Trump's first term. She never voted Republican prior to that. I don't believe. I don't think she liked President Bush. I don't think she was very excited about anybody prior to that. I know she wasn't excited about Obama. But she did a major shift. She really started to pay attention to things, and when she started to pay attention, she realized that maybe her son, from the time he was 12 years old, listening to a man in Rush Limbaugh.
I don't know why I tried to connect to it automatically, though. It was stupid.
But, I got so much I could spend hours talking to you. Obviously, it's not possible. But, I ordered this. It was sitting on my doorstep last Tuesday when I came home from work. I was so excited. I was watching it every day. I had it pre-ordered because I listened to you. When you tell us to pre-order, I listen. But I walked
the Toledo address, so we'll see.
On Saturday last week. And I just wanted to see, because I walked in that store. It's here in the mall. It's in Fort Myers, Edison Mall, and I wanted to see if they had your book. And I walked in there twice, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it in the front, and I'm hoping that'll change because I'm pretty sure it's going to go.
They were trying to get me into Toledo, man. They keep bringing me right into it. Yeah, it reconnected fine. One sec. Did the old reconnect button.
So what I'm saying is to say to people, if you're looking for a locally, you said this, ask about it, ask for it. They do have it. Books A Million has it. I'm sure other places. I mean, you mentioned all these great bookstores. I only wish you were doing a signing near me. I'm sorry, I just can't get away. I'm so busy right now. But all my spare time is spent reading this, especially chapter 4 on language. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But how they dumb the people growing up in this country down to where they make it so that you only think what they're telling you is the truth. We gotta be courageous. We gotta be strong. And Rush said, America needs more rugged individuals. And I remember that saying, and it's true. It's true, Mark. And
no, I'm not going to Napoleon. That's past my house. Swanton, maybe. Those first 2 orders were nice paying orders. I mean, they were a bit of a drive, but I mean, one was 15, the other one was like 12.
And he is greatly missed. But we do the best we can. And he also.
Yeah, Napoleon's past my house. And besides, that's too much driving in Napoleon.
My books and my writing and so forth and so on. And we spent a lot of late nights. First when he could hear, and then later we would text, going over God knows how many things and talking about personalities and all the rest of it. And trust me when I tell you, there's a big hole in my life, and I understand with all of you folks too. So we carry on, and we do the very best we can. Dustin, God bless you, my friend. Thank you so much. What a beautiful call. My best to your mother. Palente, Rockwood,
Cigar Affair is hiring.
Satellite. How are you?
Well, howdy, the great state of Tennessee. My
Yes,
name's
sir.
Terrence. I've been listening to you for a long
Oh,
time.
Terrence, thank you.
Yep. Oh, you are good. I've been listening to you for a long time. I routinely find myself scratching my head to what a lot of callers come in and decide they're going to call in and ask and make statements like the whole Democrat socialism. Where do you think that comes from outside of just knowledge? Like that was my main question. Like,
I'll tell you where it comes from. And I have a chapter on language. It's like calling Arabs Palestinians. And that was created in 1965 by Arafat because it sounded like Palestine. And so it sounded like these Arabs who had actually relocated, many of them were Bedouins, about 80 to 100 years before, who claimed that this was their territory.
Right back where I came from when I got out of this area.
It's just like this. Democratic socialism. It's like the People's Republic of China. There's nothing to do with the people. It's certainly not a republic. And so there's a chapter in the book on language, on how they use words like democracy, they use words like liberty, they use words like equality to camouflage what they're really about. They're propagandists, and they are manipulators. And that's where the word democratic socialism comes from and why I refuse to use it. These are Marxists.
Wonder why I had me go to that McDonald's, though. That's weird.
Words that work together. Socialism is the power of the state, the central government, to make decisions about about the economy, about production, about distribution, and so forth and so on. Now, in the most aggressive forms, the government controls the means of production and so forth. In a lesser aggressive form, what I call soft negative power, it does it through regulation and taxation. It still has these police powers. But this Mamdani went right to controlling the means of production. This guy's a serious Marxist. But there's no such thing as democratic socialism. It's oxymoron. And that's why it's important. When people read the book, read the chapter on language. It's about thought control. It's about manipulation. It's about creating uniformity of thought, changing words, changing the meanings of words, creating fanatical followers, people who will follow and who will believe this. Like the gentleman who called, and who was talking about, well, you're elected, so therefore it's democratic social. That's not what that means. And again, I call these people authoritarian Democrats, authoritarian small d Democrats. That's what Sanders is. That's what AOC is. That's what Mamdani is. All right, my brother, I appreciate your call. What great calls. Fantastic calls. How many times has somebody told you if it ain't broke, don't fix it? I mean, it's a pretty good line, actually. It's great advice for most things, but not so much for cell phones. Why? Because they change. The technology changes. It improves. Meanwhile, the battery fades and what?
This guy's parked in the middle of the road up here.
Can't keep up.
Fuck.
Dropped it 100,000 times. You understand me. The glass.
Yeah, swing out there.
Fortunately, thanks to Pure Talk, your cell phone is something you can now replace. When you switch to Pure Talk this month, they're going to give you a Samsung Galaxy A36 for free with a $35 qualifying plan. That's pretty cool. Just $35 a month for talk, text, and data, the best of the best. And a free Samsung phone with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that lasts all day long. All in America's most dependable 5G network. And here's the other thing. The very patriotic company is Pure Talk. It was founded by a veteran. It's based here in America. Their employees are patriotic. They're taking on the big three, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, who, in my humble opinion, are ripping you off. You're paying for all their overhead. You're paying for all their other businesses. Pure Talk is in one business, this one. They hire more Americans when you switch over, and they support our veterans in many ways. So make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. It's very easy. It's painless. And here's what you do. Dial pound 250, say the keyword Mark Levin. Get your free phone today while they last. Again, that's pound 250, say Mark Levin. Pound 250, say Mark Levin. It's easy to switch. It's painless. It's my wireless company. It's America's wireless company, Pure Talk. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
I try to be careful, especially with a new vehicle. Not going to get paid if I don't make it there. My wife says I drive like a grandpa. I told her I am a grandpa. Believe me. I don't like speeding tickets.
My name is Preston James. I've been a stock and options trader for 23 years. I used to be an active swing trader, but that all changed once I discovered my Money Press weekly paycheck method. These days, I'm a passive trader hauling in more cash while being able to sleep at night than I ever dreamed possible. I'm passionate about the market and I like to keep it simple. My methods are changing thousands of lives and I'm confident it can change yours. But let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my Money Press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8% per week. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about overnight riches, but once you discover this for yourself, you can start on this same path overnight. You're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
in business. They say you can have better, cheaper, or faster, but you only get to pick two. What if you could have all three at the same time? That's exactly what Cohere, Thomson Reuters, and Specialized Bikes have, since they upgraded to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. OCI is the blazing fast platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs, where you can run any workload in a high availability, consistently high performance environment and spend less than you would with other clouds. How is it faster? OCI's block storage gives you more operation per second. Cheaper? OCI costs up to 50% less for compute, 70% less for storage, and 80% less for networking. Better? In test after test, OCI customers report lower latency and higher bandwidth versus other clouds. This is the cloud built for AI and all your biggest workloads. Right now, with zero commitment, try OCI for free. Head to oracle.com/patriot. That's oracle.com/patriot.
Maxed out on credit cards? Struggling with high interest rates? You could pay it off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. That's right, get cash now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. LoanPronto.com. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. A client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and saved $1,800 a month. One call changed their life. Instant approvals, no rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash now to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. 855-2 Pronto. We're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and have nearly 2,500 5-star Google reviews. Call 855-2 Pronto or go to loanpronto.com. Get debt relief now. Loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781 on approved credit. Visit NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Navigating the professional job search is hard. You know the perfect job is out there. You're just not sure how to find it. Let Specialized Recruiting Group help find a role that fits. With companies that are hiring now. Get started at srgpros.com. Specialized Recruiting Group offers a path to contract and full-time roles. Take the next step in your career at srgpros.com. That's srgpros.com.
Strong families.
Personal responsibility.
Explosive here.
We are
Sirius XM Patriot.
Patriot.
Channel 125. Glenn Show.
You know, when people say they know what MAGA thinks or America thinks or conservatives think, no, I do and we do, because we interact with each other. This is America's national town hall meeting. They don't have national town hall meetings. They don't have audiences big enough. They don't allow their audience to even engage. We do this all the time. I know your pulse and you know mine. Let's go to John in Chinook, Kansas. John, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm truly honored. This is the second time I get to talk to the great one. And I had one of your earlier signed books. Listen to you on 10 kilocycles per second, CMO in Kansas City. And sometimes KNSS, we're kind of out here in the hitherlands where the stars come out to play, and you're a star. And you're with you and us, Americans, we're going to save this country. God bless you.
Well, you're a sweetheart. Thank you. And I can just in my mind's eye see out there looking at the stars. Beautiful, beautiful. I'll tell you what. Thank you, John. I've already told my wife, and she agrees 100%. When we retire, we're going to get a small RV, and we're going to drive from one end of the country to the other, spend the entire summer. All right. And I want to visit the little towns, and I want to visit the little diamonds, and I've been wanting to do
that. Was a $6 tip for that one. That was nice.
And I'm going to do it before I leave this earth. There's so much of America that I haven't seen, and I want to meet people and see people. Let's go to Philip in Temple, Texas, the great WBAP country. Ron, that's your country right there. How are you, Philip?
I'm great, thank you. It's still my family, but I've got to say anyway, it's a great one. I'm so glad to talk to you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for sharing. Okay,
Anything about your family makes it so personal. Talks about your parents and your wife, and you're surrounded by great people. So it's, I guess like birds of a feather. Yeah. Thank you very much. I lived in Sweden for almost 20 years, and it's hard to summarize it shortly, but just Bill, they have a saying in Sweden called the valde Charles Gabi, which means it's the pain that's happy. That should summarize a lot about the Swedish mentality.
Actually, that tip was more than the order fee.
That they've lost
It was nice of them.
the fire that we've had them once before.
But we're paused till we get back in the better area again.
Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and sometimes go Finland in there, and we talk about Scandinavia, and they have it so long. And like you mentioned earlier, it's like social democrats doesn't even go together. And Democrats and social the two don't go together. They have 8 different parties in the Swedish government. And at most, it's in a right, and then it just goes left from there. Was bringing the fact that our politicians are so usually like sweet cowboy stuff. Are they crazy? Some gas like $10 a gallon, $2.40 a liter, and for years I thought they were crazy. And then I thought, no wait, we know exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about 85 to 90% of that $10 is all tax.
It's exactly what Alexis de Tocqueville talked about, that these people have lost their spirit. And people point to that. I can't even name the countries that you just named. And that's not America. And that's not who we want to be. And that's not what we want to become. And people are not happy there. In fact, there's a level of depression, in every country, but over there that's especially high. And plus, they're not a superpower. They're not us. America's a unique place. America's a very, very special place. Why would we want to become some other place that's not as great as America? And what bothers me the most, I'll be honest with you, is the way people sort of genuflect and they kind of dismiss the greatness of this country and why it's great. And they embrace little countries in Europe or other countries in Europe or something like that, they don't even compare. They don't even compare. I want to thank you for your call. Great call. In fact, I want to thank you all for your calls. Great calls. Living in a time when Americans' most cherished values are being
it's a cute little house.
Values like faith, family, freedom. That's why I support AMAC, the Association of
I'm just
American
curious as to why that
AMAC
McDonald's had me take it all the way there, though, because there's a McDonald's right here.
That have guided this nation
it's weird.
Generations. So whether you're concerned about
maybe because that's where I was and the order got shifted there, I don't know. That's weird.
And connected, AMAC is a great place for you. Now listen to this. As a member of the Association of Mature American Citizens, and all you need to be is 18 or older.
Oh, thank you, Schmedler.
Access to fantastic benefits.
Oh, but dude, that's awesome. I appreciate that, man.
Prescription services.
You don't have to do that.
I really want you to check it out. For as little as $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership.
Fuck yeah.
AMAC, and I want you to get it.
Schmedtor.
I'm telling you right now.
Look
Ladies
at that.
and gentlemen, we salute our armed forces, police officers, firefighters.
Pop that up there for about 5 minutes.
You didn't start a business to babysit your poorest performing employees. That's exactly why I started my business, so you don't have to. Hi, I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi so small business owners can take back control of their business. Need to fire a poor performing employee who happens to now want 3 months off? Your Bambi HR manager will take care of that for you in your first week with us. You spend your time coaching your A players, we'll take care of the rest. I'm so confident that Bambi will help you focus on what you love about running your business that I'm offering a $1 trial to the service for your first month. Trust me, there are no limits to the amount of calls or questions you can give your Bambi HR manager. After your first month, just $20. Yes, $29 a month.
I appreciate it, man.
Month to month, no hidden fees, cancel anytime. Get a month of Bambi for just $1. Go to Bambi.com and type Patriot under radio to schedule your first
call. Well, Mama didn't raise a lazy motherfucker, that's for sure.
Go to BAMBEE.com, Patriot Radio. The S&P 500 closed today, 50 points up.
You didn't inherit your future. You Built it one paycheck, one sacrifice, one smart decision at a time. Why let the policies in Washington squander your success?
I'm Joseph Gradante, CEO and co-founder of Alio Capital. I founded Alio Capital to offer a different path from the establishment, one that prioritizes long-term thinking and portfolio construction over trading. Alio has an AI-powered macro investing app that makes the complex simple. It combines adaptive learning systems that focuses on the powerful forces that shape markets, economics, policy, and politics.
Alio Capital's Altitude AI is a proprietary tool designed to analyze these macroeconomic factors and their potential impact on your portfolio. Download our app today in the App Store or Google Play. Text Patriot to 511 511. ALLIO Capital. Text Patriot to 511 511.
Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal, past performance, debt,
I'm not sure why it took me all the way to the top of the chat.
I'm the arbiter of what is and isn't racism on this channel. Tune in to hear why I'm right tonight after Levin.
Listen live weekdays at 9 p.m.
Actually, with you being there,
Patriot.
let me
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. The FBI says crime decreased in every category in 2024.
A new FBI report says that violent crime in the U.S. fell 4.5% last year, while property crime dropped 8%. The FBI statistics also show that murder and non-negligent manslaughter fell nearly 15%. Reported hate crimes decreased 1.5%. The 2024 report is based on data from more than 16,000 agencies, or more than 86% of those agencies in the FBI's program. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The first American pope is popular in the U.S., but Trump administration officials don't fare as well. White House correspondent Greg Clunston reports.
Topping the list in Gallup's annual polling on top newsmakers is the Chicago-born Pope Leo XIV. He has the most positive image among more than a dozen national and global figures.
I don't know, I haven't had any issues.
He also has a favorable rating among Americans. Meanwhile, the Gallup survey shows Trump administration officials are viewed negatively. Both President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have a net favorable rating of negative 16%. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Texas and California are at the center of a national political power struggle that could reshape Trump's second presidency, and the battle could last months. In Texas, Republican lawmakers are trying
Oh, you saw that slingshot? Yeah.
districts to please President Trump, but Democrats are delaying action by leaving the state. In California, Democrats are maneuvering to counter Trump's Texas
Garrett and coming mustache. Okay.
in the liberal-leaning state. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 62 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Here's the truth. The Medicare system is rigged, and you're the one paying the price. Medicare is a maze of misinformation, and it's no accident. The more confused you are, the easier it is for big insurance to steer you into overpriced plans that make them more money. Trump's Department of Justice just sued 3 of the biggest brokers in America for allegedly doing exactly that. It's disgusting, but there is a way.
I don't know if they do or not.
Trust Chapter. They're honest. They're independent. Chapter's licensed advisors search every single Medicare plan to find what's best for you.
Don't know.
Chapter could save you tens of thousands of dollars going forward, all from a simple 30-minute phone call. The call is 100% free. No pressure, just real honest help. The average person saves $1,100 working with Chapter. So if you're turning 65 or already on Medicare, make the call today. Dial pound 250 and say Charlie to speak with the trusted Medicare advisor. That's pound 250 and say Charlie.
An outbreak of Legionnaire's disease in New York City.
The outbreak has killed 2 people and sickened 58 since late July. The disease is a type of pneumonia caused by the bacteria Legionella, which can grow in warm water and can spread in building water systems such as showerheads, hot tubs, and cooling towers. Symptoms usually develop 2 days to 2 weeks after exposure and include cough, fever, headaches, muscle aches, and shortness of breath. Legionnaire's disease can be treated with antibiotics. If untreated, people can suffer complications and even die. John Scott reporting.
A second minor earthquake has rattled the New York metropolitan area within 3 days. The 2.7 magnitude quake struck Tuesday afternoon near Hillside,
it just mounts. You just
northwest of the Bronx.
mounts you on the plug.
No initial reports of damages or
That's funny.
injuries. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
Mother, wife, Air Force veteran, gun rights advocate.
This is Stacy on the Right. Here's your host, Stacy Washington.
Psalm 34 says, I will extol the Lord at all times. His praise will always be on my lips. I will glory in the Lord. Let the afflicted hear and rejoice. Glorify the Lord with me. Let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord and he answered me. He delivered me from all my fears. Look, those who look to him are radiant. Their faces are never covered with shame. And that's verses 1 through 5. And I'm Stacey
And we got a little
Washington.
skeezer order
We have
here.
so much radio lined up for you tonight. We're going to have some great guests, and we're very excited
Horrible.
to be welcoming into the program tonight none other than John Gordon, host of The Truth with John Gordon. We also have Amon Blair, senior fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and Bill Dendy. He's a JD, MBA, CPA, CFP, CLU, and registered principal at Raymond James Financial Services. So we have a lot of great things to discuss tonight on the program. Did you hear about USCIS? I told you about this last night. And the developments are that we've touched down. We're successful. Why do I say that? Because we know that women will not have to compete in the Olympics in LA with men. So that's a huge success for us as a country. I'm very excited about the possibilities of that, and that we're leading on that. That's a direct result of electing President Trump. So we can be very, very grateful for that. Also, I don't know, did you see all the interesting news that was going on? There's so much. The redistricting arms race. So I was going to talk about something else. We'll get to that later in the show. But what's interesting here is that I think there's quite a few public figures who have shown images of their own districts where the district is shaped like, there's really no way to describe it. It's shaped like liquid that has been splattered on the ground, where you almost can't make out how the little circles and shapes that are in the outer edges of the district are connected to the main whole. It's obvious that the district is drawn to gather together the right kinds of voters. So in some ways it's a success. And I really want people to stop for a second and think, if they have to work that hard to gerrymander together a district where they're basically saying we need to find all these black voters so we can have a black district, so they can vote for a black representative, so we can have more black representatives than the Republicans. But they're having to go all out of their way to find these households because there are black Americans living in neighborhoods and in subdivisions where they're the only black family, where they're one of 2 or 3 black families, and they're not always Democrats. So to me, the gerrymandered districts are a demonstration of the fact that 52% of black Americans live in the suburbs, and Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement leadership wanted an America where you would go and you would go house shopping with your spouse, and it wouldn't matter if you were black or white or Asian. You would go and you would look for that home, and the house you fell in love with, if it just happened to be on a street where you didn't see any other black people walking around on the Sunday afternoon when you went to go look at the house, it wouldn't be odd for you to still buy that place and move in and make friends with your neighbors. That's America today, where you'll have 2 or 3 Indian families on one street and everyone else is white, or you'll have 2 or 3 black families on a street, or 1 black family on a street and everyone else is something else besides black. And it's peaceful and harmonious and beautiful. I really want all of us as Americans to stop for a second. We're so busy slapping each other with the leather glove and being outraged and utterly, we're yelling at each other. But the fact is, Not only is this place pretty freaking awesome, but we have an amazing, just unbelievably integrated society. I know there are places like some places that are not integrated. Here in St. Louis, we have a neighborhood called The Hill, and it's where all the Italian Americans live, and it is so beautiful. It is a beautiful part of St. Louis. All of the streets look so street. They look so clean. You can look around out there. It's just so clean. And in the wintertime, they have the Christmas light show where you can drive up and down all of the streets in The Hill, and every house is decked out in lights and little animatronic Santas, and of course, creches. You have an unbelievable number of creches with the Virgin Mary, and everything's lit up so beautifully. And if it's not Christmas, if you just want to go have an amazing authentic Italian meal, you will be welcome there. So that's the other part. It's The Hill. It's like Little Italy here in St. Louis, but when you go down there, like me and my husband go down there, we don't get mistreated or anything. We just go down and we visit one of the restaurants. We've been to a bunch of them. We sit down and we have authentic lasagna, oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe the food. It's so good. And so there's, like when we were visiting San Francisco, there was an area called, I don't think it was Little China.
Cheesy Poofs.
Chinatown. And it's in downtown San Francisco. And my husband was there for work. We were staying in a little hotel that was near there.
Apparently there's a Little Caesars down here. I don't even know one.
We ate down on the wharf. We went to the aquarium. And there were clearly distinctly different neighborhoods with different flavors, different flares. But you could walk through them and you could shop and you could eat, and it was no problem. And that's how it is in most of America. I know we have a few little hot spots where you would consider those to be no-go zones, but for a country of 340 million people to have so many just unbelievably integrated neighborhoods and other neighborhoods that maybe aren't, like a melting pot, but it's a place where you can go any time of the day or night and have a meal or visit a friend. You really have to stop for a second and understand how great this place is. Can we just have a moment of gratitude for the country that we have become? That we have beaten down the vestiges of slavery and civil rights era, and we're now here in this part of the world, and we have a great country. I'm stressing it because everybody wants to focus on race, and I see people, they're now ticked off.
Jesus Christ.
And if this is you, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hit you. I don't understand this. I don't understand you if this is you. So the Sydney Sweeney ad came out, and you guys know I had a really great hit on Fox and Friends on that. I was talking about how I want the advertisers to glass my eyes with beauty like they used to. Show me the Sydney Sweeney. Show me the tall, handsome, debonair guy who looks like he's 007, but he's selling cars or ties or shoes or dish soap. I don't care what they're selling. The babies, bring the babies back. The toddlers, the babies that could talk. Remember when almost every other
dude.
babies could do? Like when the babies were selling financial products. Do you remember that?
Going fucking straight. Oh, no signal.
Like they
Nice,
talked like
dumbass.
financial advisors, but they were obviously babies. This was before we had the technology to make ourselves into babies like we do now, using Hedger and all of that. So I'm looking at just like that Sydney Sweeney ad and how it was good. It's a good ad. You can't take your eyes off the screen. She's captivating. Obviously, the jeans are jeansing, as the young people like to say. The jeans look amazing. She looks amazing. It's an ad you're not going to forget. That is the hallmark of a great ad. Beyonce was selling Levi's, and she has been doing a multi-part series on that. So Levi's rolled out a competing ad with Beyonce in a laundromat. She rides into take the clothes, wash the jeans she's wearing, her white underwear. She takes the jeans off and puts them in the wash, and then goes and sits and reads a newspaper with, a Western theme. And then she leaves with the clean jeans, and she drives away in a Mustang. And it's a Levi's ad. And so some people are angry that Levi's has put out a competing ad to Sydney Sweeney. I'm not. Beyonce's a beautiful woman. I don't care for her politics, but if she's selling jeans, I mean, it's kind of hard not to look. when she's sauntering in and, she's wearing these Levi's and you're thinking, I wonder are those like, what are those? Like, what are the new things that Levi's has? And it tempts you to go to the Levi's website. And if you're tempted to go to the website, it's working. If you actually land on their website, it worked. And if you buy something, you're in bonus territory because the advertisers, they want to sell you a product, but they know it takes more than one visit to the website usually to get you there, to get you into the cart. I mean, you can get things in the cart. Who doesn't have a few open carts right now? I do. But to buy the stuff. So that's what we have going on. We have now 2 competing jeans manufacturers actually duking it out in the world of advertising. What's better than that? So why be angry about Beyonce being in an ad? She was in the Levi's ad. She's been doing that for a few years now. She's been associated.
Yeah, it reeks of weed outside.
Why be mad because she has blonde hair and white? Beyonce has blonde hair. Is anybody mad at her? Hearing from the left about cultural appropriation. Does that apply to Beyonce? Because she's certainly appropriating blonde hair. So instead of turning everything into a fight, could we just enjoy the fact that the advertisers are battling each other again and that we might get some really great ads? I just don't understand why we can't ever have a moment to appreciate just how great everything is. And I know this place isn't perfect and we will never have a perfect country. But it's the place most people want to move to. And if you already live here and you're a citizen, you're ahead of pretty much 99% of the rest of the people on the globe, except the Swiss. Swiss are not like all head up about our country because they got a pretty great country themselves. And there are a lot of people who are living in England and Germany and Europe, and they live in Brazil, and they love their countries and they wouldn't move to the United States because they have a great life where they are. I don't discount that. I just happen to be an American and I have to think this is the best place. I think it's okay to say that. In fact, if you translate this kind of chat that I'm having over to a relationship, it's when you decide you're going to say, you know what, I just want you to know I enjoy being your wife, or if you're vice versa, whatever your situation is, I enjoy being your girlfriend. You say something appreciative to let the other person know that they're appreciated, seen, felt, loved, heard, and wanted. And sometimes I think this entire country could use a big old, affirmation weekend. Not that I'm into affirmations so much, but I am into being kind and affirming other people, especially when the appreciation is real. So, we have more news to get into. We'll talk about the nuclear Democrats. They have the redistricting arms race, and they are, as if they haven't redistricted Republicans out of office. They've done it every single cycle. It's gotten so commonplace with them that we don't even make a big deal out of it. Remember when Adam Kinzinger was redistricted out of his seat? He was a moderate Republican, in Illinois, and they got rid of him just out of spite. They literally redistricted him out of his seat. And the GOP didn't raise hell at all. Illinois, what are you going to do? And now they're going to act like we can't do it in Texas? Don't pay attention to what they're saying because it's a lie. I have some more facts on that we'll share later in the program. But right now, I'm going to head into the break because we have our first guest of the evening, John Gordon, host of The Truth with John Gordon. He's going to be with us right after this. This is Sirius XM.
David Webb, conservatism is a movement and one that has helped America become a much better nation. We've overcome the dark parts of our history, and we've done that to move forward as one nation, and we cannot be divided by the hard left. Conservative principles live here. The David Webb Show, weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125, and on the Sirius XM app.
You're in Europe on a work trip, spring to catch your train. Buzz, your phone goes off. It's an alert from alarm.com. A water leak. At home, you're thousands of miles away. You open the app, it's a laundry room. Boom, your smart water valve already shut it off. Crisis averted. Damage? None. And the best part, It's all part of the same professionally installed Alarm.com security system that protects your home, controls the HVAC, and keeps you connected. Alarm.com is exclusively available through local service providers. Connect with a pro at Alarm.com today. You've worked hard to provide for your family. You deserve it, helping you protect your money from government overreach and cancel culture. That's why Dr. Ben Carson, John Rich, and Larry Elder founded Old Glory Bank. With our focus on financial freedom and traditional American values, we've now grown over 2,000% with customers in all 50 states. Visit oldglorybank.com/patriot to learn more. You know what doesn't make a great cigar? Marketing fluff. Like buzzwords that belong in corporate memos, not your humidor, or some sketchy warehouse where cigars are drier than your boss's sense of humor. At Famous Smoke, we've been family owned since 1939. We're not just cigar fans, we're cigar obsessed. Call us burn rate junkies, draw test nerds, humidity control freaks. They're the kind of people who know the difference between a great cigar and a rolled up regret. That's why we offer thousands of premium brands and rare finds, stored just right, packed like treasure, and shipped fresher than a barbershop fade. Because when it comes to cigars, we want the real thing from real experts. Just smoke, no mirrors. Go to FamousSmoke.com. Use the code word SMOKE for $20 off when you spend $99 or more. Skip the gimmicks and light up something legendary. From the crew that's been selling cigars long before pound signs turned into hashtags. FamousSmoke.com. Code SMOKE. FamousSmoke.com.
Big name artists.
Iconic, intimate places.
The SiriusXM Small Stage Series brings ACM Entertainer of the Year Lainey Wilson to the El Rey Theater in Los Angeles.
Be there with airfare, hotel, and VIP tickets.
For official rules and to enter, go to SiriusXM.com/LaineyWilsonLA.
The Small Stage Series with Lainey Wilson, presented by Hershey's.
No purchase necessary. Must be a U.S. resident and at least 21 years old. Void where prohibited.
Holding the line with a conservative movement. This is Stacy on the Right on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
Hi, friends. Welcome back to SiriusXM. Hey, you know what? It turns out that it looks like Howard Stern might be exiting SiriusXM. News at 11, allegedly. Now, don't I have this from InsideRadio.com. But this made Citizen Free Press, so this is a huge story. Howard Stern, who is one of the biggest names at our network, he is apparently possibly going to be exiting. His contract's up for renewal, so we'll see what happens. He's not my cup of tea. I don't listen to Howard Stern, but he is he's a famous individual. Everybody knows him. In fact, most people recognize him by his voice, but I say that I'm Gen X. You might. If you're not Gen X, you might not recognize him by his voice, but we recognize his voice from the 80s and the 90s and so on and so forth. So we'll see what happens. Welcoming into the program, John Gordon, host of The Truth with John Gordon. Thank you so much, John, for coming on.
Hi, Stacy.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. I have to tell you,
glad.
lots of news.
You know that Howard Stern news?
Yeah.
It'd be really good for you. You could slide into that slot.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. And also, do you know that people that listen to Howard Stern that like him tune in for like 30 minutes a day? But people that dislike him listen for an hour and a half.
Wow. That's an interesting statistic.
Yeah, I think it's true.
Well, I'll tell you, this is what I'll say to that. The thing with Howard Stern's listeners they're used to a lot of profanity. He is a very, he has a very, randy sense of humor. I mean, they would be listening to me and wondering who is this grandma that they put on in his place? Even though I'm not anywhere near his age, they would be thinking, they put some old woman on.
But that's the trend. I mean, people are moving back to conservative values, away from the Howard Sterns of the world. So that's why I think, there might be a real opportunity here.
Well, you know what? From your lips to God's ears. And of course, I'll text my boss and tell her you said so. So she'll definitely be caring about that. Okay, but let's get to this very interesting, unbelievable story here. You have the House Oversight Committee issuing a subpoena for Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and others, but mainly these two, for testimony regarding Jeffrey Epstein.
It won't happen. If it did, it would be unprecedented. To have a former president of the United States and a former Secretary of State subpoenaed before a House Oversight Committee, I'm just not feeling it. I want it. I think it's a great idea, but unfortunately, I think it's political theater. I ascribe a less than 20% chance that Bill or Hillary will testify before that committee.
So the things that we've seen them do to President Trump have been unprecedented. So I'm only pointing that out to say I think we're living in unprecedented times. But
all right, well, this one's gonna get us close to home. Way out swatting.
They've never ever been
Why would I open the bag
for anything in the past, so it is kind of a stretch to me that they would be forced to come in.
All right,
but we'll see what happens. So.
I think what you just said hits the nail on the head, and that's why I say that I'm optimistic, but not. No, I'm hopeful, but not optimistic. I do think, though, that the most likely people to testify will be Clapper and Brennan and Comey. They are not former presidents or first ladies, nor Secretary of State. Not in a legal sense, but just pragmatically, I don't know that
be ready already by the time we get there.
Are going to want to
pushing it on time.
Drag a former president or a former first lady before Congress. That is a political reality I think we got to face. I mean, it's not material to me, but I think to the big, quiet, silent majority, it may be. A la Trump in 2016, he was given the opportunity to look into Hillary Clinton. He said, "No, I don't think it's right. I think it would be too divisive for our country." And I suspect we will end up in the same place with respect to them and Obama. On Clapper, Comey, and Brennan, however, they're not very well liked, and they have no stature in the way that Obama and the Clintons did. And so, if I'm James Comey, I'm lawyering up, and I'm like getting my passport out and looking for someplace I can move, because I think his goose is cooked. And my only comment is taking too long.
So, did you see the headline today that Robert Mueller is actually living in a dementia facility? He's been there for a few years now. So, the idea that he's going to be able to come forward and provide me context is pretty much blown.
Well, there were plenty of lawyers that worked on that investigation that could be subpoenaed. And I'm sure that among I think there were 30 or 40, there surely is one person with a conscience and a moral compass that will come out and face the cameras and tell us what was really
Buffalo Bill outfit.
I think we know.
Oh, dirty.
It was a sham. And now that Tulsi Gabbard has brought forth smoking guns. And, for the last 3 years, I've been calling for a cleansing in America. I want all the secrets exposed. Who killed Kennedy, even though we know. The Epstein files. I'd like to know all the documents that the government has relative to Building 7 in the 9/11 tragedy that affected our country. I'd like to know whose payroll was Ray Epps on January the 6th. Did someone order the murder of Ashley Babbitt? I want all of that stuff exposed. Why? Because I want to live in a moral country with an ethical government that has the moral authority to lead. Right now, I'm sorry, I just don't think we're much better than a third world country, because this federal government is rotten to its very core.
Yep. So the rottenness that you're talking about, it was, to me, it was fully on display when we saw the lawfare that was launched against President Trump, and there weren't any whistleblowers. There weren't any, maybe they were behind the scenes and they were told, just quit or, go quietly into that good night. But we didn't have people coming out and going to the news and saying, crossfire hurricane, that was a thing. We didn't have not one person in the Obama administration who told on him, who came out and said, look, this guy's making up intel about Trump being a Russian asset and impacting the election. And you don't have to love Trump to want to stop that lie from going out across the world, because it makes Russia seem more powerful than we are. But they let it go.
Well, I think that all that is necessary is for one person.
All right. I'll be right back.
To do a perp walk and an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs. And because they lied. And then I think the whole house of cards will collapse. And I think that's what this grand jury investigation into Russia's Russia has the potential to do for us. And it can't happen fast enough for me. But I do think that good always triumphs over evil. And I think we're at that juncture. I think that we are at the precipice where we are finally going to get some justice and true insight into the bad deeds of these people.
Yeah, so the bad deeds, though, because I think the other part that happens, you talked about one perp walk. So one perp walk, and you have permanently altered the legacy of one President Obama and Hillary and Bill Clinton. Now, everybody talks, smack about the Clintons and how they're criminals and how they kill people and all that other stuff. But the fact is, we've never proven anything. She's never been convicted of anything. She's never even been charged. She wasn't even held accountable for the email fiasco or Benghazi. So if anything happens to any of the people in their orbit, it does have a chilling effect on the future of lawfare, because I think they have something really horrible planned if they're ever back in power in the near future.
Well, Hillary said, go ahead and indict me, and I'm going to take 50% of Washington with me. And so I take her at her word. But, I celebrate that. I want, that's exactly what I'm hoping for. Not because I'm vengeful or retaliatory. I'm just sick of it, Stacey. I mean, seriously, our own government killed the 35th president of the United States, and they've gotten away with murder. Building 7 collapsed 6 hours after the Twin Towers with no explanation. There's not an architect or an engineer in America that thinks that was the result of debris from the Twin Towers. We talked about January the 6th, Ray Epps. I'd like to know who ordered the murder of Ashley Babbitt. I think that, to me, was one of the most disgraceful low points in American history, second only to President Kennedy's assassination. And it just goes on and on. What about Butler? I mean, let's get some light around that. Shine some light on who did pull the trigger. Personally, I don't think it was Thomas Matthew Crooks. Maxwell Urich, I believe, is the key to Butler. And we can talk about that for a long time. But this stuff needs to stop. It's not our federal government. It's rogue factions within our federal government that are willing to do things that ordinary people are unwilling to do, like murder. I mean, they kill people if they get in their way. And it's really distressing to me, and it should be distressing to the American people. We've just started to talk about the deep state in the last 6 or 8 years, and now it's like every podcast, every radio interview, everything you hear is deep state, deep state, deep state. I think we are at the verge of seeing it unraveled. I just hope. I hope.
I do too. I hope we see some unraveling. I believe that, we're kind of on the edge, but many, many different factors that we aren't privy to are at play here. I believe that. I think the demonstration of that
I share your concern and belief. Yeah. That's what we don't know. And I don't want to see this country destroyed or the country to become unraveled in the process. And that's what I keep asking myself. What is it in the Epstein files that is so horrific that our federal government cannot allow us to see? And maybe they know better than we know. Just maybe. But so far, I'm not there yet. Right now, give it to us. We can handle it. Just get the truth out. Let us see all the evil. Hold the people that have done it accountable, even in memoriam. Man, I think LBJ's name needs to be ripped off the freeway in Dallas. I think Hoover's name needs to be ripped off the FBI building. I mean, Dulles was actually named for John Foster Dulles, not Alan Dulles, his brother. But I'm sorry, I'm okay with guilt by association in that case. I mean, I don't think John Foster Douglas was any angel either. But, I mean, why are we continuing to honor them when the proof is positive that they engaged in the assassination of our president?
I don't know. I mean, we do have a little bit of a thing on the right with not wanting to take people's names off of buildings and stuff like that.
Not me. I'm on the right, but I want the truth and I want justice. And that's what I'm continuing to advocate. And I know you are too.
Yeah, absolutely. My problem with all of this is that I feel like in the age of information, which is where we are right now, that we have kind of been fed, we've been fed a pack of lies. We don't have, we have the information. The question is, is there the courage available to, to actually do something with what we know? Will they just let it out? And that's the question.
Well, I think that's a $64,000 question. And I think that's what all of us are asking because we've been disappointed so many times. Cash to tell, the Epstein files will be public on day one. And Bondi, the files are on my desk. I'm reviewing them right now. They're pretty bad, but we're going to release them. Dan Bongino, who I really like. Oh, Epstein committed suicide. Yep, I've seen it. I've seen the files. I've seen the evidence. He took his own life. Yeah, this YouTuber, Wolves in Finance, has a video that he put up about 3 weeks ago. Zach DiGregorio, who is one of the best investigative hobby journalists I know. And you can see an orange jumpsuit ascending the stairs at 10:40 in the night, going up to Epstein's jail cell. Really? I mean, proof positive that he committed suicide? I don't think so. I think we've introduced the concept of reasonable doubt. The private pathologist doesn't think that Epstein committed suicide. In fact, he said 3 wounds on the neck are compatible with homicide, not suicide. So, I'm kind of the mindset, I can handle good news, I can handle bad news. I just cannot handle lies. It triggers me. And it seems like we are being triggered daily in our lives these days. And I want it to stop. I want the truth.
Well, my hope is that we're going to get it. And we have to be vigilant. We have to read everything, see everything. I mean, that's the other part. You almost feel like it's a full-time job, but it's not. It just takes a little bit of commitment to get all of the information and read it and consider it and then think through. I also want to really quickly before we let you go.
This is gonna be it. This is taking me all the way out to Delta. So definitely be it for me.
We see them. We know they're going on. I wanted to get your take on the redistricting issue down in Texas. Obviously, the state of Texas has the right to redistrict. They can run it through their process, whether it's taking it to voters, taking it to the legislature, whatever. Gavin saying he'll eliminate 5 congressional seats, but he has to put it to a vote in this for Californians. Do you have any thoughts on?
Do you think they need to be arrested and tried for whatever crimes they've committed? I'm not sure what that is. Breach of their oath, we can start there. But Governor Abbott is, I think, very serious. I think the Attorney General is very serious. And again, I just yearn for some accountability somewhere. Now, if you jaywalk tonight on the way to your car after the broadcast, there's a chance that you're going to get a ticket. You're going to be dragged into court and have to pay a fine, unless you work in government, in which case you can commit any kind of an atrocity and you get a free pass. That's what's got to stop. That's what's gotten the American people cynical and bitter towards their government. And I would just say to the American people that we have a role in this too, and it's up to each of us to stand up, push back, write our representatives, write letters to the editor, call talk radio, and express your views. That's how we're going to turn this thing around. We're bigger than the deep state by an order of magnitude, but it will never happen unless we flex our muscles. And I don't mean in any way that is not totally lawful, but I do think we need to flex our united voices to push back on the deep state and these things that we continue to have to live through and suffer through without accountability. That's where I am.
Well, I can only correct on one little point of order there. If when I get done with the show tonight, I have to go out somewhere in my car, the only thing that will still be open is Walgreens while we get done after 11 p.m. And if there's already a police car in my driveway, it'll be because there's something very, very wrong here. And so I broadcast from home. So I would not be jaywalking. I would be strolling past lots of turkeys and deer in my front yard because they think they own this place. And the police are almost never here. Yeah. No, I will. But I understand what you're saying. When I am in DC or in New York and broadcasting at the mothership or the DC flagship, it is, it's a big city, and I'm always grateful to see the police when I'm there. And I would hope that if they're on the ball enough to catch people jaywalking, that means that it's eradicating a lot of crime there, especially in DC where they're having these news stories every day. I hope everyone is keep your head on a swivel. Be prepared to break someone else's OODA loop. Be ready. Be vigilant. It's so good to have you back. Thank you so much for coming on the program today, John Gordon, host of The Truth with John Gordon. You can find that at rumble.com. Just type in John Gordon in the search engine and he'll come right up for you. Thanks, John, for coming on today.
Thank you, Susan. It's my pleasure.
All right, have a great evening, and we'll be back with Stacey and I. I'm going to join the program. What did you think? What do you think of the actual runners there in the street they're running? What do you think of the legislators? They're Democrats. They left the state of Texas because they're afraid of losing the redistricting fight. And there's other bills also that they're going to have to vote on and get voted down. We have more for you coming up on Sirius XM 866-95.
Art News Daily with your host, Mike Slater.
Shut down the border, deport illegals, and Treasury Department going after the Mexican cartels. How are they doing that? With details tomorrow.
Art News Daily, weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
Have you heard about the remarkable promise of stem cell therapy? Ethical, science-driven treatments are offering real hope for people facing Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, heart disease, stroke recovery, rheumatoid arthritis, and more. At the forefront of this breakthrough field is Bespoke Biologics, online at BespokeStemCell.com. With over 15 years of experience, the medical team at Bespoke Biologics provides personalized, concierge-level care using advanced stem cell therapies, not only to address chronic conditions, but also to support anti-aging, immune strength, and overall vitality. And now, for a limited time, when you commit to a treatment plan, you'll receive complimentary luxury travel, including airfare and hotel, fully arranged just for you. That's right, world-class care and a first-class experience, all from one trusted name. Bespoke Biologics, destination medicine at its finest. Visit BespokeStemCell.com today. That's BespokeStemCell.com. Your path to a healthier, stronger, younger tomorrow.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You heard it here first. Resolutions are so last season. What's in? I'll tell you what. Transforming whole body health with just one whole food. Armra colostrum is a 300 million year old superfood, packing 400 plus nutrients and more benefits than I can mention in this 60-second ad. Stronger immunity, ease bloating and constipation, revitalized skin and hair, stronger recovery and performance, and elevated mood and focus are just a few results clients see and feel. With Armra, transform your health at the cellular level and unlock the you of your wildest imagination. Visit armra.com and enter code XMRadio for 30% off your first subscription order for this month only. That's ARMRA.com, code XMRadio for 30% off your first subscription order.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Attention investors looking for a solid investment with a proven track record? How about the Leisure Vacation, RV, and Campground Destination Market? It's the fastest growing sector in real estate today. The demand can't keep up. These resort properties are now approved for IRAs, self-directed IRAs, and 401k plans. To find out how you can own part of a resort property, go to resortpropertiesgroup.com. Resortpropertiesgroup.com. Or call 888-307-1685. That's 888-307-1685. ResortPropertiesGroup.com.
School choice.
Freedom Space. Conservative principles live here. We are Sirius XM Patriot, channel 125. This is Stacy on the Right with Stacy Washington on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
This is going to be so safe.
So President Trump was strolling around the White House today, and he made it up onto the roof, and the reporters yelled up some questions, and you know Trump, he had to, well, speak back to them. He never shies away from questions. He never shies away from questions. He always says, if there's something, like people have questions, he's just right there. And he wants to take your questions. So that's nothing like what we had with the last president, and even the president before that. Even other Republican presidents. I mean, we know, President Trump's a different kind of guy. He defies all the labels and the kind of, this is what this president did. The comparisons, he's just not anything like any of the other presidents we've ever had. But I think it's interesting, especially for us as a country. It makes it possible for us to see a future where another president, probably a Republican, would be different like President Trump. And what I'm saying is, we want that